Hello everyone! Welcome to Critical Role. After a 2-week hiatus of our usual gaming schedule at Comic-Con and then a fun-filled crazy week with half the party playing games and having fun while me and Marisha were in New Zealand, we're happy to be back. We're happy you guys are here as we continue our adventure going forward. We'll have a lot of really cool things to announce here in a moment, but let's go ahead and get that intro video started. Welcome back. All right, so this is Critical Role, a show where us bunch of voice actors play Dungeons and Dragons. Fun, crazy nerds rolling dice and good times with the adventures of Vox Machina. You're doing all right, Travis. Couple quick things. Me and Marisha want to say a quick shout out to all of our critters who came to visit us in Wellington, New Zealand at Armageddon Expo. We had a strong showing of critters that was really amazing across the world.
Even critters.
Yep, Kiwi and Australia. We had people fly over from Australia just to get us to sign their books. So there's a lot of really awesome fan love out there. So you guys are great.
Maybe next time all of us could go.
That'd be fun.
You guys should tell them.
Oh man, a down under Kiwi trip for all Critical Role would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Send your local. I guess you don't have a congressman because you're a different country, but
your congressman.
Oh, there you go. Orion saved it. Thank you.
He was there the whole time.
All right, so disadvantage. All right, so first and foremost, a couple things I want to get up here. We had our sub giveaways this evening. We have for every 50 subs, we give away a signed player's handbook by the cast of Critical Role, a signed photo of the cast, and tonight especially, we're also giving away in that package espionage nail packs, specifically with our fantastic gamer dice on the tips. From Espionage Cosmetics were gracious enough to give these to us, and we will give them to you. So every 50 subs.
I got blood ones.
There you go.
Awesome. Go follow them on Twitter at Espionage Cosmetics. Actually, I think they're at Espionage Makeup.
There you go.
Just look it up.
Google
They're
it.
awesome.
However, we already have a winner before the show started. That's Exploding Giggy. So congratulations to Exploding Giggy. You already got one more to come.
Blowing it up.
The fun and interesting challenge for this evening, as we've been made aware, you guys, being the ridiculously amazing, ridiculous people you are, one of you crafted a challenge for yourself that if we can manage to somehow get to 5,000 subscribers before the end of the show tonight, they will create and send an 8-foot trinket, like 8-foot tall trinket bear.
Yeah, which is kind of vague. A little.
I like it
What is
vague.
Made out of?
I want him to
It's
be
a teddy bear.
Right
It's a
behind
giant-
me.
It's a real
Giant
fucking bear.
8-foot
And
teddy.
like maybe his little paws can be on my shoulder the whole time I play.
Oh,
my
he would be a
goodness.
perpetual staple of the set. Like that would be
Oh my God.
behind you at all times.
Cool,
Not difficult at all, guys. Totally not difficult
No.
at all. Totally cool.
Yes,
shoot
but
Yeah.
we have to
in
get
the face.
5,000 subscribers.
So
You can get Trojan horse in like a suit that they wear. They can sneak themselves onto the stage that way. It's just
I'll get inside of the teddy bear and I'll act out trinket during the game. Perfect. That's not going to happen. It might happen. So I mean that's if we hit 5,000 subscribers. So all your friends you know that watch the show who don't subscribe yet, tell them to. If you know anyone that hasn't seen the show yet, get them on. Because a giant 8-foot bear would be pretty much the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah.
So
I already
Find
tweeted
it
hashtag
amazing.
8-foot trinket.
Hashtag. And I
8-foot
saw
trinket.
something subs for bears. I saw
Subs
Subs for bears.
Nope.
Something
Nope.
there.
Bad idea.
No, bad.
Subs for Bears is a whole section of Craigslist you don't want to go to.
Never mind. Just don't do
Or you
that
do,
one.
if that's your thing.
I want to hear that story later.
All right, so
Not fired.
So yeah, happy to be back from Comic-Con. We had a great panel and a great turnout there. Thank you for those who came and those who watched the panel. If you haven't seen it yet, the panel is available on the Geek and Sundry website. You can watch it. As we all know, last episode we said goodbye temporarily to our fantastic gnome cleric Pike, as she's off in New York shooting awesome television shows. But she's here in spirit.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be a good show.
Gonna wear James Chin activated.
Also, as a reminder, our charity that we run here for the show is to 826LA. 826LA is a fantastic charity that promotes and teaches creative writing to younger kids between the ages of 8 and 16, I think it was. Somewhere in that range.
K through high school.
K through high school. Fantastic program, and anything you do to help is much appreciated and awesome. And then also, Marisha, if you want to go ahead and take this away, we have a new addition to our set coming next week.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so awesome. I had the absolute pleasure of joining Felicia on the latest episode of The Flog. Go check it out. It's back. I love that show. And she wanted to make a neon sign, and she was like, let's just do a Critical Role sign, because she's a fan of our show, which is awesome. She's probably watching right now. Love you, Felicia. Mwah. And yes, so this was it. Unfortunately,
Wait.
yes. Are we ready to do the honors?
Oh my gosh.
Ready?
Ready?
For Vox Machina. Vox Machina.
Pretty epic.
So awesome. So yeah, that's probably going to be up on our set next week. Blessing us with its rose-colored glow.
Indeed.
So
Yes,
exciting.
thank you so much, Felicia. Mwah. Go watch
the blue and
if
the
you want to
green.
see how we made it. We got this awesome tutorial. It's cool. You can go and learn how to make neon signs yourself.
And it's all sciencey too.
It's all sciencey.
It's
Totally
There's
nerdy
gas
awesome.
involved.
Yeah.
science.
Like a bunch of
Krypton.
different, yeah.
There's always gas.
Oh yeah, you breathed. She breathed
Yeah.
Krypton.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure she breathed in Krypton.
For it.
Great.
It's true.
But yes, there we go.
Awesome.
All right, say bye-bye to the sign for now.
It'll be back. It'll be back.
We already have another 50 winner.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait, shh. Was it-
Sonic Amato.
Sonic Amato is our new winner already. Congratulations, Sonic Amato.
Got
We
it?
need less than 300 subs for that bear.
Gosh.
I think we
Less
can do
than
that.
300 subs.
I think that's pretty likely.
Don't you get nail wraps?
You get a bear
You
behind
get
us for the
untied
rest of the
lucky.
show.
You get a player's handbook
Don't
signed
do
by
this.
us.
Don't,
It's awesome.
don't.
Encourage this.
Fucking bears.
Oh no, encourage this.
Encourage bareness.
Encourage bear.
I do encourage.
I do encourage bear.
Nope.
Well,
Okay. I am a trained comedian. That is not.
Obviously.
That is not a thing.
And last but not least, before we get started, we do have one guest in the studio who's been watching for a bit tonight. Our good friend Jorge is over here from quite a distance. We met him at Comic-Con. Come on, step on next to
Put your head
for a
right
second.
here.
Here.
A fantastically talented artist. For those of you who've seen my profile picture on Twitter or Facebook, the really amazing artwork of me as a dungeon master, this is the man that did it.
Yes.
Incredibly talented. Where can they see your work online?
Huh?
Where can they see your work online?
I have a Facebook.
Check
down.
down.
Sorry. There's a Facebook page. You can search JORE on Facebook, and that's probably me. If you see Matt's picture, then that's me.
Yes.
Alright.
And my Grog raging one with blood covering it.
Yes.
Awesome.
So,
Really good.
Yes.
yeah, go ahead
Also,
and have a
thank
seat.
you for
Enjoy the
joining us.
in-studio watching.
Speaking
Thank you,
of
thank you.
amazing artists,
Yes.
we want to do a shout out.
There's a couple more announcements.
Oh.
There's this one.
Yes, this one.
You're-
Yes.
Okay. Good. Our wonderful artists, Kit Bus and
Kip Bus and Windy Doodles.
Windy Doodles.
Windy Green.
Winnie Green.
They're awesome, like friends of ours and fans of the show,
so
and
good.
they do amazing work. And they've done a lot of the character work that you've seen, and they're going to be doing a lot more. And we just wanted to
We love
really
them.
appreciate them and show
Yes.
them some love.
Some
So yes,
love.
go follow. Can we?
Our artists. As Laura would say.
That's good. It's very seeable.
Is it seeable now?
Yeah.
I want to make sure. Go follow them.
All right.
Yes.
They deserve it.
Cool.
They're really amazing.
see
And
pretty
I know
art.
many of you asked about, what's the backstory to Vox Machina? What's the history before the stream started? We're working on something.
Yes.
It may take a little bit, but one or more of those artists may be involved.
Yes.
But when we do have that available to you, it should be really cool, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Anyway.
Super calm face.
Also, since this is fantasy, I'd like to announce that my show went pretty well. That's on Mondays, 7 to 10 on this channel.
You have a show? What kind of show is it?
Oh, I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
It is me and Jessica Marizin playing Final Fantasy XIV, and we just found each other in the same world. And we're going to start. There's a free company we're going to start. You can come on and join if you're already subscribing. We do giveaways for subscriptions during people who are watching and active in the chat during the show for stuff with Square Enix. It's all good times. And I'm happy to say that Taliesin Man fan cred is still in this version of Final Fantasy XIV. So you can check his work out too, and he's
Give
awesome.
me doing my Percy voice.
The funny thing is, I didn't know your character was like a badass.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, no,
So when I was like, oh fuck, yeah, it's great. So
Is there any
check it out. Every Monday, 7 to 10 on the
No
channel.
doubt.
There you go.
Woot woot.
Also, all you League fans out there, I hope you're enjoying your new Bilgewater update. Anyone else have any announcements they want to make?
I like cookies.
We're gonna be at Otakon this weekend in Baltimore.
Oh yeah, we'll
Come
be
say
in
hi.
Baltimore.
No, we're leaving right after this. No.
I've got a tiny announcement, which is Ant-Man the movie is really good, and if you like Ant-Man the movie, you can hear me as Ant-Man being not nearly as funny in the pinball game. So I'm not nearly as funny as Paul Rudd.
Oh, pish posh.
We got another giveaway.
Yeah.
8-foot chariot.
Started yet?
Oh Great Lampshade.
Oh, Great Lampshade is the winner of our next giveaway.
Great Lampshade.
Great lampshade with
Congratulations.
for thy mercy.
Player's handbook signed, picture signed, and nail wraps, and a step closer to giant 8-foot trinkets.
Don't do it. No more.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Are you sad that you will no longer be the tallest member?
Maybe
of
don't
our-
take
our
this
group?
from me.
I feel like we're just delaying starting because we're gonna have to face the fact that Pike isn't with us as soon as we start.
And the
Yeah, there's
Scanlan's still in the pooper.
A little bit of that.
He's not really.
He's
Yeah,
not
where's
really.
Scanlan?
He's shitting on a bed somewhere.
Yeah.
Is he on his way?
He's on his way, yeah.
Okay.
Go
Well,
check.
when he arrives, we'll do this. In the meantime,
Where are you going?
where you going?
He's getting a drink.
Okay. Well then, as Tiberius has an aneurysm and falls to the ground,
I go over and provide very vigorous CPR.
that's what you get around.
Puffs
No
of
mouth to
flame.
mouth, just the hand.
Yeah. All right.
That's hilarious.
Make a death save.
Oh, you
And it
should
worked.
grab me and
What?
Rush.
It's fine.
Oh, knees.
Yeah. I got Scanlan with me.
Like
And-
a trailing farce.
Right.
Like a trailing fart.
That couldn't have worked out better. That couldn't have worked out better.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What?
Ass hole.
You like this?
Where you, what does it say? Where you what?
Is that ash
Asshole?
hole or ass
Where is
hole?
it?
It's the asp hole.
Yes.
Asshole. Asp hole.
It's just a bar that I like to go to.
Yeah, sure it is.
The asp hole.
And I got shit for talking about bears today. Come on.
No, I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in Iman.
And we'll find it.
Yeah,
We'll find the
Yeah.
asp hole.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, so let's actually start this game,
Yeah, let's
guys.
do it.
Thank you for being patient with our intro here. We've been gone for 2 weeks. We have a lot to talk about, so thank you for letting us get that out.
Yes.
Rend.
So, picking up where we left off, the party completed the venture of taking the Horn of Orcus to a place of safety and sealing it away, hopefully for eternity, with the help of Lady Kima, to the Scale Bearers. And after heading into the basement of the Platinum Sanctuary in the city of Vasselheim, they've succeeded to do so. Vasselheim, which is a distant city to the far northwest of the continent they're used to, this city is a very devout, religion-based city and currently considered the oldest bastion of civilization in the known civilized world. After taking a skyship across the ocean to get there, sealing the horn, you guys also discover upon doing so that the ruins, long-forgotten ruins of what appears to be an ancient temple to Sarenrae were recently discovered, and while Sarenrae does not have a strong following in the city, the few that are trying to raise it ask for Pike's help to stay back and help build it and bring it to its former glory and hopefully reestablish a basis of worship in the city, and she decided to do so to help these folks. The party then steps away from the ruins of the tower, sad but understanding of the circumstance,
Perhaps we could just sit on a nearby rooftop and watch Pike work.
Just for like the next 8 months.
I'd be alright with that.
It's not creepy at all.
Critical Role all of a sudden becomes the greatest grass watching game of all time. So, as you all stand there, you have to decide your next course of action. You stand in the muddy road, taking in the cold, dusk air as the sun slowly sets to the west. Now, this area of the city has a vastly different feel than the Platinum Sanctuary. In the haste to make it to the ruin, you've passed out of the section that seems to be under Bahamut's watch and into a different area. This area, most of the buildings are reinforced with ruddy iron plates. Plumes of smoke rise up from a handful of heavy smokestacks, and you can see over the rooftops in the distance toward the center of this section what looks like a massive dark red statue of a muscular bearded man.
The beauty of this game is I have no idea what the shit we're going to do right now.
So wait, we're standing outside the
Don't break him.
place where we just left Pike?
Yeah, the ruins of the tower.
So we're essentially standing in the middle of a town being like,
What time
now
it is?
what?
It's dusk. The sun
We
is.
go look at that statue then.
I want to see if there's an inscription.
You'd like to?
Yes, that would be lovely.
All right.
While he's doing that, Scanlan is feeling still just terribly sad about leaving Pike, so overcome with emotion that he must step into the ruins just one last time, just to see the place where she's going to be for the next several months, years.
All right.
And before I do so, I drink one of my potions that I bought from what's his butt?
Gilmore?
Gilmore, the glorious Gilmore. Yes.
All right.
I don't know how it works, but I'm going to drink it anyway.
Okay, you drink it.
Okay, I drink it. I go inside the ruins and just sort of look around and touch some of the walls and look at the stonework and everything. Just I want to see where she's going to be, so I know she's safe. And overcome with a little bit of verklempt emotion, I shed a single tear.
As you quietly take this moment to yourself amongst the ruins, you could hear the clattering of stonework as the small band of Serenway worshippers are now being helped around by Pike, who's kind of gathered them into a plan as to how to remove and restore portions of the building that are currently visible from the dirt and earth that it's embedded in. Hearing her voice echo through the hallway, it's a very comforting sense. You feel a rumbling in your stomach.
I feel uncomfortable. It must be the emotion.
It's probably the emotion.
I find a sort of a side chamber or just a little nook, just somewhere where I can have some privacy.
Okay, you find your way back towards the stairway that leads to the makeshift wooden plank stairway, and there is a small alcove not far from there within the earth wall that looks to be relatively private. There's little to no light, and it does have a view of the current ruin.
I say a little prayer, and I take a big dump on the floor. Well, my stomach was rumbling.
In the Temple of Seren.
Pike's probably gonna have to be the one to clean that up.
Sometimes it just affects me. I have weak nerves, and as I'm squatting, I just sort of hum to myself.
No!
Are you invisible?
How do I say goodbye to what we almost had?
This is not romantic at all. You know that.
Welcome back, guys. As you finish your business,
I missed you guys so much.
as you finish your business, you step away from the alcove, back to the stairway. The contents of the potion seem to have had some effect, as the remnants of what you leave behind have a very soft blue glowing hue to them.
Magic poop.
I left a magic
shed
dump.
a diamond.
Do we need
Or
to
a
collect
Smurf.
the dump?
Nope, we should leave the dump.
Are you gonna be able to like see through the dump?
He's covering his face. I think we need the blue. I think we need the blue shit.
Can you cast detect magic on the poo?
Oh, are
It's
we there?
already magical
No,
poo.
we're not
Are
there.
we there? We're not
We're
there.
not there. It's
We're
just
not there.
Scanlan.
So he's just shitting.
He's just leaving it.
So I leave and rejoin my fellows, wiping the tear from my eye and the poo from my bottom.
Well, I love you, Ashley.
This is what happens when we don't have any direction.
But what's the purpose of the
Need
potion?
to.
To make your poo
Well-
blue?
So I took a potion that will let me see through my poo
Okay.
and be able to check in on Pike from time to time. I ordered a potion from.
Will she realize that you can see her through the poo?
I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not.
Wouldn't that be great if she just talked to you through the poo?
Why aren't the priests going to shovel that shit up?
Yeah,
Well,
Exactly.
Does
They're
the
going to
poo
clean
smell?
glowing shit.
As long as some of my cellular remains are there, I might be able to see a little bit into
What's
the room.
cellular?
It's poo.
Oh, little bits. You mean little flakes of poo?
So, for the sake of brevity and story progression here,
Yes.
and to assuade a 30-minute conversation about Scanlan's excrement, you after you rejoin the party, the sun is now set. The cold air is beginning to really sweep in through the streets. The clouds overhead begin to slowly rumble. What you can hear is distant thunder, and you get the feeling, due to the moisture in the air, you're not too far away from the rain.
Yes.
Should we bunk for the night before we head out in the morning?
I say we head to the ship.
Wasn't there a guy with the red beard we were supposed to
Oh,
go see?
why would we need to
Check
I
out
did
the
want to
statue.
actually
Yeah,
read
I wanted
the-
to wander over to the statue
inscription
while
on the statue.
Scanlan was,
I feel
Stomping
great right now, by the way.
Let's see who the big guy is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
finding some relief in the situation.
Dropping a meaty chud.
Damn it. Just when I was
Magical
starting to like you,
meat,
though.
Moving on. Let's go take a look at this statue.
Sure.
Right. Go like a dimple. That's
It's magic poo!
All right, so
Don't change Scanlan.
as you guys make your way through the center of this
I
district,
feel like it's dark now.
yeah. You get the sense that this area is definitely, most of the people that live in this vicinity are a little more rough and tumble than the already pretty rough people who live in Vasselheim from what you've encountered. The buildings themselves all, like I said, have been reinforced, but these iron plates, and it looks like there is a very, very heavy trade in metal work, and a lot of the construction of anything metallic appears to be coming through or from this portion of the town. As you approach closer to this statue, it's not just a statue you see, it's actually sitting atop what looks to be a large, blocky fortress-like temple. Unlike the Platinum Sanctuary, which is a very beautiful but simple array, this one, has a crenellated top to each one of these walled structures. You can see braziers just blasting flame about every 20 or so feet along the top of it. You can see now as you approach the front of this, there are two giant stone doorways with steps that lead up to it, and what looks to be two gargantuan war horns that spiral along the sides and then open up outward towards the entire city in front of it. I would ask you guys to make a religion check if you could.
Oh, I got this.
It's been so
Natural
20.
Natural 20.
Yay!
What?
Good.
Do I need to roll?
I don't know why, that's so cool.
Oh, no.
Natural
18.
Because we know our
That's
shit.
cool.
So as you guys begin to approach, even in the darkness, you can see the figure, this human-like man, barrel-chested, massive muscles. Looks almost like iron bracers around his wrists. He is carved from what looks like solid, or sculpted from solid iron, or plates that have been put together from some sort of iron initial structure. The beard is long and goes to about mid-chest. He carries within one hand this long, thick, short sword, and most of his furs and leathers about his legs and midsection. You recognize this to be a very hefty depiction of the deity Cord.
Cord?
I admire his beard.
It is a beard worth
How
admiring.
might one spell cord?
K-O-R-D.
Simple. I like that.
Oh my god.
Just for me like that? Oh.
He's a god of some sort?
He is indeed.
Tell us of this call.
A better description
Try and
here.
find your notes of this call.
Indeed, I will do this. Cord is...
Dwarven god?
Not this call.
no, not dwarven.
No man. Human. A human.
Giant
But
bearded
Cord is
man.
essentially a deity of warfare, combat, and storms. a god that has been long worshipped by tribal cultures from long past that enjoyed the essence of battle and challenge and combat.
Did you say storms, Tiberius? Got war and combat and storms, is what you said?
Storms.
Yes. Storms and winds.
And quickly, the motif of this section of the town comes into play. This, you assume at this point, is the portion of the city that's dedicated to the Temple of Cord, this being the structure you see before you.
Does it seem to be a central theme across the whole town? Like this town just kind of worships corn or cord?
No, you've only really been to two sections. The first one you were brought to was primarily under the worship of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon.
Yes.
Okay.
Getting the giggles out.
I know, fair enough.
Get there.
Oh, it's corn.
Did you look at
Oh,
it?
fried
Did you
chicken.
use your fancy eyes to
I
look
know.
at it?
Well, my question is this a temple or is this some sort of if it is a temple to Cord, is this then a place of battle? Is this somewhere where people go watch battles and fighting? Like
From the exterior, and it is a closed-off temple, it looks just like a large, blocky, obstinate fortress that is nearly impenetrable from the way it's constructed and reinforced. You don't know what's inside of it.
And there's a big gate or door at the front? Or?
Two large iron doors, about 20 feet tall, that are currently shut. It's about 5 or 6 steps getting up to it.
And it's nighttime.
It is nighttime currently, yes.
Are there any
Horses
any
race by.
citizens walking around right now? Or are we alone in the dark?
No, I mean, as it's gotten dusk, it's thinned out a little bit, but there are a few individuals walking by. You can see carrying pickaxes over one shoulder and passing by.
I like to walk up to the nearest one and just ask, yes.
To who?
The nearest
To
person?
the passerby.
You can see the two gentlemen.
Excuse me?
One's in his mid-20s. The one that turns to you initially probably looks like a little older than that, like late 30s. Grizzled, shaven, but the 5 o'clock shadow's definitely kicked in. Longer, tousled hair, dirt on the face, simple clothing, pickaxe over his shoulder, and what looks like a leather belt that carries other tools around.
These are dwarves?
These are human.
Oh, human. Dwarves, that's what you said.
Yes? There's a calling.
Excuse me, good sir. My friend over here, the Dragonborn, he seems to think that this is some sort of temple or edifice to the god Cord. I just want to know, is he correct?
It's your first time in the braving grounds.
In Dwarvish, I say.
Oh, they're not dwarves. They're not dwarves.
Oh, no.
You can still say it though.
I asked if they were dwarves.
Yes,
turned out they're not.
absolutely. This
Say
is our
something.
first
Say something.
time. We literally just rolled in to Vasselheim. What can you tell us of this? It's an impressive structure.
The younger gentleman next to him, similarly dressed, begins to speak up, and he kind of puts his hand up and just goes,
The braving grounds is the area of this city that is built around the worship of the great god Kurn. His protection and strength he bestows upon those who live for the sake of challenge, to prove oneself better with each passing day. That is the basis of the braving grounds.
So it's like a battleground?
It's a community that, when called to battle, can definitely defend itself.
Okay.
What you see before you,
he kind of looks up at the giant structure.
this is called the Trial Forge. This is the oldest known temple to Cord and has been built and rebuilt for many, many hundreds of years.
Hence forge, right.
And does one need to be a priest or cleric of this faith to challenge oneself? Or can anyone
Worship.
worship?
Anyone's able to worship what deity they wish in this town.
Typically we worship.
Understanding. If you're looking for a tussle, what you're looking for is the Crucible.
Yes. What else can you tell us about this crucible?
Crucible's a fighting thing. I mean, there is a sacred arena within the temple, but that's reserved for very, very special occasions. If you're looking to just get your fight on and punch someone in the face, Crucible is what you're looking for.
He splits off to the side and points a little ways down the roadway.
I think Grog wants to go.
Just down that way, you'll see a tavern known as the Bellows Respit.
Bellows Respit.
One of the finer inns you'll find in the braving grounds proper, but I take it if you walk that direction, you'll see the Crucible before too long.
Have you ever
Trust me.
fought in the Crucible?
Me, no. Nah. Too busy. Too many people better fighters than me in there. I'll just take to the mines.
Are these battles to the death?
Oh, nah.
Oh.
These are battles of honor. Death belongs in a true war. Mind you, there have been some folks, unfortunately, who may have fallen to a hit on the head too hard, and that's understandable. But the purpose of court, at least, is not necessarily to smite your foes unless they've given you damn good reason. Other than that, contest of strengths, how we live.
That was a friendly sparring matches, were not?
Oh, that's how they live.
And that's this neighborhood of Vasselheim, not the city as a whole, just in these parts?
For the most part. I mean, we have members of ours, our community, that are bastions and guard the whole city as in Sown, but we tend to keep to our own. Pardon my friend, he's clumsy, and the other gentleman picks up his tools and is like, sorry.
Do you know, have you been to this crucible often, and if so, is there a champion or a favorite that you've seen or know of?
I've seen people come in and out. Probably best to ask her on the crucible, to be honest. I've seen some people take some serious beatings down there.
I bet.
I haven't kept much attention to it. I haven't the money to sling around it.
The money.
The money?
Wait, it costs money.
You think there's gonna be fights in a pit and no one's betting on it? Welcome to Vasselheim, my dear.
We're gonna be rich.
Assuming we
You got the itch like I have.
We're gonna be rich.
What if there are two people fighting the town does not know?
I don't know. Take it up with the crucible.
All right.
How far is the crucible from here?
Keep walking. You'll see it.
We keep walking.
Let's go for a walk.
Keep walking.
Let's pick
Thank
out
you,
some
Greg.
water. My pleasure. Cord strength to you. And he keeps on walking.
Cord strength.
Cord strength to you.
I like where we
No,
are.
core strength. He
Oh,
wants you to
core.
keep it all
I
focused.
see.
No,
Do Pilates.
Sit-ups, crunches.
Core strength to you. Namaste.
You guys walk beyond the trial forge back towards the path where you came, kind of off to the side of the left, and you can see most of the buildings. Their internal lighting is very low. You can see most folks either go to bed at this evening, or at least they keep a very low visual profile from their abodes. However, the lights are blazing from the interior of this 3-story inn. The Bellows Respit is definitely a rowdy place, and you can hear already the shouts and music screaming from the interior of it. You gather that while there are a lot of people inside, you can see it at the windows and openings to the inside of the tavern. There is a large group gathered out in the middle of the thoroughfare, just outside of it. Looks like a circle of individuals that are all shouting and screaming over each other. And yeah! And big fist pumps to the air. Some folks are angrily throwing, their coin purses to the ground.
So it's like
Like a
Thunderdome?
kid getting too close to an amusement park, I take off running.
Grog starts running up, bounding up the way. You can see the actual.
Grog, not too far ahead. Grog.
Oh, okay!
I don't start running, but I'm following behind him, and I take out my keen dagger and just start sort of dancing it across my hand as I follow after him. Casually.
Guns drawn.
I'm not.
Like David Bowie in the glass orb.
Yes, exactly.
I'm walking out following. Is there looking for a registry or something like that?
Actually, as you approach, you can see there is no registry. There is quite literally a pit in the ground. It's a 15-20 foot dip. It is a carved out pit. Maybe no more than, I'd say, 25, 30 feet across-ish. And there is no ladder, there is no step going down. There's just two people in there beating the ever-living crap out of each other, and a crowd of people gathered around. You do see what looks to be two very well-dressed gentlemen there in the process of collecting and paying out. And you approach just as the final hit takes to this gentleman's jaw. This tattooed individual, you can see bloodied in the face, nose broken, teeth knocked out. This poor human fella just gets knocked clean onto the ground. And you can see standing over his body this extremely built, aggressive, looks like another human female with her hair pulled back in a very tight ponytail, just spits in his body, turns around and wipes the blood from the front of her face, snaps her fingers, and you can see folks bring a ladder and lean it over the side, and she climbs up the ladder as everyone cheers on her way up.
Before we get up to the crowd.
Grog, you missed this.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we get up to the crowd, I transform into Meeksy. I'm going Minxie, and I pace catch up to Grog.
Okay.
They don't like magic.
Going Minxie.
Oh, they don't like magic.
Do they see me? No. I'm trying to do it stealthily before it happens.
You make a stealth check if you like. You do know through the discussions that it's arcane magic that seems to be the shunned element of this town.
And that's
as it
natural
is,
magic?
as it is a town of worship, divine magic for the most part seems okay as long as it's not used.
Everyone saw me. It's fine.
Everyone would have seen you if they weren't currently enraptured by the chaos.
Right,
And
that's
those,
why I'm trying to do it before we get up to the crowd.
those that did
and
notice
then
probably didn't seem to care much other than just the giant tiger now walks up to the pit.
Can I grab the nearest person near me,
Poorly, but
turn
cared.
whoever's shoulder that is, and go, who is she?
As you pull
Awesome.
the shoulder around, you can see a rather portly human fellow, balding on top with long, kind of Benjamin Franklin-looking hair. Very nice robes. Turns with his jeweled hands. Says,
Are you new to this town, then, is it?
Yeah, very new.
Oh, that's the siren.
The what?
The siren?
The siren.
The siren?
The siren.
The siren.
And I approached and kind of saunter next to Grog.
all right.
Don't say anything.
The siren.
She's the one you bet on. Trust me on that.
As he walks over to, you can see another one of these gentlemen. Very, very well-dressed, hair slicked back. Tall, thin human in very, very fine purple robes. Collects some people's money, begins giving out a few things. He pulls out a notebook, looks like a small charter that he's in the middle of putting notes in.
Hello. How would we enter a new fighter into this pit?
Well, actually, that was the last fighter scheduled for the evening.
Be a pity not to have one more.
You wish to fight?
Wish? It's more like an itch. A
He
need.
puts his arm out and the crowd kind of steps back a bit and he takes a good, long head-to-toe, up and down look at you, kind of walks around from side to side inspecting you. He gets a little bit close and kind of reaches out without even asking and starts grabbing the side of your arms.
What the fuck?
I kind of start growling a little bit. Kind of.
Oh yeah, watch out.
Okay.
Calm down, kitty, calm down.
Steps back.
Well, it's not too late. What caliber of fighter do you consider yourself?
Caliber? Caliber?
Who do you want to fight?
Who do I want to fight?
Who are the options?
Could he fight anyone?
This is my friend Scanlon, and my
I'm
friend
more of his manager than his friend, actually. Hi, Scanlon.
Pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine. My brute over here. Who can he battle? What are his options?
Yes, this late in the evening.
I'll fight him.
Excuse me?
I said I'll fight him.
I apologize. If you're going to have someone enter the arena worth betting on, they have to go up against one of our proven fighters first. However, once your friend here gets his face beaten, then you're more than welcome to join him in the ring thereafter.
I haven't laughed so hard in my entire life. Face beaten, he says. Face beaten.
You're mighty confident, aren't you?
It's my middle I only have one name. I did.
It would be that.
Yeah.
Well, first and foremost, all bets begin at 100 gold pieces.
100 gold, is that all?
Well, you can increase the bet if you like.
I'd love to.
What would you like to bet?
500 gold on this one right here.
Is she the only one betting?
She bets for all of us.
I'll put 1,000 down right now that I can be the big guy.
You mean
You're
Grog?
gonna you
Of my own money. Yes.
you can't fight him yet.
I can't. Rules are meant to be bent and stretched. Am I right?
Those
Not
are
going
for
to put your
metaphor.
own money down between your friends to fight your friends.
It's a contentious relationship.
I'm not going to
Only
pay
known
off
each
if
other
you win.
relatively
His
short
eyes have already
time.
wandered from your face. It's 500 gold on the Goliath. Do we
Yes.
hear anything else?
I've got 100 gold on
Other
me.
individuals kind of step up and start
Oh, I
telling
just
me,
bet 500 gold.
50 gold down.
This
That
is
was 100
bullshit.
gold minimum. 100 gold.
Bullshit.
Who is he fighting?
We don't know yet.
We want everybody to
We have to bet before we see the
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, we're doing it in the blind, I
meat.
guess.
Unproven fighters
with a grandiose sense of self-ability.
I'm gonna remember you said that.
Enjoy the surprise.
So what sort of odds are we talking about then?
For this
Yes.
one, based on your height, reach, strength, and
beauty.
arrogance, I'd put you at 4-1 against.
4-1.
Okay.
It's okay, Grog. He doesn't know that you've beaten up a lot of people.
Don't tell him.
Oh, right.
I've got this skull right here. How does he think I got it?
Probably.
Those are fair odds. We can take that.
All right, 500 gold. Is this all I'm hearing?
100 of my own gold on me.
600 gold.
Hold on.
I'll bet 50 gold against him. We have to hedge. We have to hedge.
100 gold is the minimum.
Well, then I can't afford it. I'm sorry.
We
have to
go in on
hedge.
me? I've got 90
Don't
gold.
know what that means.
You're gonna get it, Grog. You're gonna do it.
Yeah.
I have faith in you.
I'll put 500 gold on the Goliath.
Oh my god. We're gonna lose all our money on Grog. No, we're not. We're gonna win
Yeah.
a lot of money
All
on
right.
you.
Last
Make
bets.
me lose my
Last
money.
bets. Everyone starts putting in their cash. Well, folks frenzy over. You can see a couple
I'll put
guys.
1,000 on the Goliath.
What?
1,000 gold on
You
the
better
Goliath.
sing a
So
fucking song.
between your
Like
parties,
1,000
Sing a
silver.
song.
What?
Doesn't.
It's magic.
Do you use arcane magic
It's
or do you
music.
use divine magic? Just sing a song, Scanlan.
Yes, yes, you're right.
seems
So quiet,
your
Scanlan.
friends are confident in your ability. Let's hope they can put their money where your mouth is.
I
In my mouth.
It's an expression.
Don't worry.
All right, and he leans
I
back to his
kind
other
of brush
compatriot.
against Grog
That's right, mate.
and I cast Stone Skin on him.
Will that show?
What does that show?
No.
Or does it just like a
For
thing?
you cannot cast a spell when you're in beast form.
That's right.
Plus-
I could do that in Pathfinder.
Kitty, you did that once. It didn't work out so well.
But as I noticed what the cat's doing, I'm standing right next to him, so I do it with my hand instead.
Can you see it?
That.
Never mind. You're on your own.
You got caught with your hand in the cookie jar.
All right.
Or do I not?
As you begin casting the spell, immediately the guy says,
You do that one more time, and you're all disqualified from ever.
Told you.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I'm
Oh,
sorry. I would just thought I'd give my friend an advantage.
You'll be fine. Here. Look at him. He'll be fine.
Yes. I have 2 eyes.
at which point the other individual kind of whispers into the initial bookie's ear.
Yes. Retrieve him, please.
Oh
Him?
no.
For this fight, we have a newcomer. A newcomer who is named.
Should I have a fancy name?
Yeah, you should have a fancy fighting name.
Grog the Destroyer.
Philip.
That's like opposite of what I said.
Philip, the newcomer,
I like it. That's
has
dignity.
decided to hedge his and his friend's savings. That he, upon what I can only imagine is his first arrival into Vasselheim, to get his face pummeled
Best
by
investment I
our
ever
current standing champion,
Oh shit.
Kurn the Hammer.
Kurn
At
the
which
Hammer.
point the crowd immediately goes quiet and whispering, and a couple people say, at which point you can see a few individuals now walking over, ushering this man who looks like he just stepped out of the nearby mines. He's got coal dirt in his face. When I say man, it is a 6'6", very visibly half-orc gentleman, built like some sort of thick-ass building you've walked past coming through here. Bald head, big bristly mustache, and a face that's obviously taking a beating over the years. He walks up nonchalantly, just wearing a simple kind of tattered tunic, leather pants and boots. You see him like cracking his fingers. He looks over to the side of one of the guys.
Now you better pull me out of work for a good reason. Who am I up against?
I envy your facial hair.
I envy your currently unbroken face. Currently.
I'm gonna kill him. That's a rule, right? I'm not supposed to
You're
kill
not
him?
supposed to kill him.
Alright.
Right?
Kill him.
No killing allowed in
The
this.
bookie steps forward.
No killing, fighting till one falls.
Don't fall down.
What happens if they start to cry?
Then you keep punching.
I like it.
No weapons, no armor, Fists against fists, till one of them falls. Lower the ladder.
Oh god.
As they put the ladder down into the arena, you can see the
It's a good thing.
the orc gentleman pulls
I feel
out.
like we need a jaunty tune for this battle.
The orc gentleman pulls out a small tank, a small enclosed kind of looks like a wine skin, like an iron wine skin, unscrews it and kind of just drinks it all down.
Who does? Fern the shithead does?
Yeah, puts it down, throws it to the ground, kind of like a ting ting ting.
Even that thing.
Right. Wait, what was in that? What was in that? What was in that? Is that wine?
What was in that?
What is it customary to drink for a fight?
Oh, it is?
Well, can I have my cask of ale real fast?
I think you can
Lowers
sing him a
himself
jaunty
down
song.
the
Wait,
ladder.
do we have...
Sounds
does
like
anybody
it's
have...
expected.
Does anybody have like a potion of stone skin or anything like good?
No, no.
As
I don't.
everyone gathers around, you can now see people are coming back out of the tavern to gather around the outskirts of the crucible. Grog gets lowered down the ladder.
Oh, he's already
Oh
down?
god.
Or Grog, what else do you want to do before you prepare?
I thought we
What
would
do I want
get
to do
to like...
to prepare?
Oh yeah, if you haven't gone down yet, the other guy has come down the ladder.
you gone down yet?
Anything else you want to do before
Well,
you
I
go
took a drink from the...
Wait,
Big old chug of the cask
Wait,
of ale.
I come over to Grog and I look in his eyes and I say, "Listen, you've got this. I can't give you anything else, but you've got this, man." And I also really quickly take out my potion of fire giant strength and I just sort of slip it to him before he takes a drink of his ale. I don't know if I hand it to him.
Make a stealth check.
Okay.
What'd you roll?
It falls and breaks on the ground.
Oh, that's a 6. So 8.
All right.
Oh.
As you walk towards him and begin looking in his eyes, as you begin to pull out the flask, a hand grasps your wrist. And you glance over and you can see one of the kind of burly human gentlemen that escorted Kurn the Hammer in is currently grasping your arm and says,
I'm watching you.
It's
One more try, I'm throwing you in there. We'll go down ourselves.
for my asthma. I promise.
shoves you back away, still clutching it. Looks to you, Grog, up into your eyes.
You gonna climb down a fight, or you gonna be a pussy about it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would like to rage, and I jump in the fucking pit.
Leap over the side, completely avoiding the ladder. Both feet hitting the ground with a heavy thud sound. The actual, the pack of dust kicks up around your feet.
Oh, that's hot.
Come on, Philip! Kick his ass!
Go, Philip!
At which point, the other orc finishes crackling his knuckles, kind of wipes the spittle from the edge of his chin, gives you a look, and you can see a bit of foam tossed from the side of his mouth.
Nobody fucks with Phil.
I can smell you from here, Kurn.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Wow, that was good.
20.
20. Alrighty.
Oh shit! Got 20. Ow! Awesome.
All right. You actually probably would have landed there from the run. First round starts. You're up.
I would like to cast Intimidating Presence on Fern the Fucknut.
Kurn?
All right.
His name
Kurn.
Kurn?
Okay. Kurn. But it's better if Grog gets it wrong.
He never gets it right. Philip, thank you.
Philip.
The fancy
Philip
bunch
the Terrifying.
Philip. All right. So use your action to use. It was Intimidating Presence?
Yeah.
All right. So what's the DC on that?
Saving throw 13.
13.
The doctor is in.
Ah. That will unfortunately not succeed. As you glare at him, with that angry Philip glare, your bellow echoing through the bottom of this crucible, which in itself forms like a very interesting acoustic amplifying of your yell. You can see that Kurn on the other side is looking at you with the same intense, burning rage.
Wait, that's your whole move?
And you can move if you like.
I'll let him come to me.
Okay.
Oh god.
All right. So as you sit there waiting with your fist at your side, Kurn takes his turn. You can see he begins to circle a little bit around you as he begins to spiral about with an unnerving speed. Dashes forward. Fists come swinging. 1, 2. Both strikes coming towards you. That is a 19.
Misses.
Yeah, this is all just like fisticuffs. And that is a 24.
That is.
And as a bonus action, using his rage, A third attack. That is a 21.
That definitely is.
Alrighty.
Would you like to use my spiky die?
No, he's got
Don't do it.
eyes.
You got this, Philip.
Roll that one more time.
The first one does 8 points of damage. The second one does 7 points of damage. As one fist clips you across the chin, the other one goes boom right into your abdominals. You're still tensing and you feel the impact, but you just take the sheer weight of the force and just flex and angrily stare him down in return.
Philip, Philip, do that thing where you move your pecs up and down.
Give him the magic mic.
That's gonna be a gift. And as you now see Kurn prepares for a second bout, it's your turn. Grog, what are you doing?
I would like to go into a frenzied rage.
All right.
And I would like to start with a giant front kick forward and then hammer him down.
All right, go for the first strike.
Guys. Oh
Shit,
no.
that misses. That's a 2.
It's probably gonna miss.
Yep.
Suck.
Probably. That's good. That's 19.
19
was
does
better.
hit.
You don't.
And that is also a 19.
Both hits, yep. So you go to kick with the front kick, he dodges to the side. However, you're still using your giant haymaker. The inertia clips him across the face. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is a 16.
You're not fighting with your axe. This is with your fist. So rolling 1d4 and then half that.
Half that?
Yeah.
You
They're fists.
only get half damage of a D4.
Yep, but you still add your strength
So
modifier.
these guys
Oh,
both
plus
potentially
strength
have
modifier.
like 100 hit points.
This is gonna be a long
All
fight.
3 hours of the show.
6. So it's 4, and then half of that is 2 plus my
plus.
modifier, which is 4, so 6.
Correct. So 6 damage. Alrighty.
And then 4.
Alrighty.
This is what I use
For
my
fists,
fists.
yeah.
I got big ass fists. I got tattoos and shit on them.
I know.
I never shower. They
It's a-
fucking
it's a-
stink.
it's a
You could
fist
do
fight,
more
man.
damage if you just hit him with the die, because it's sharp, so you'd actually get more of the damage
Roll
with the
this.
D4.
All right.
Alright. Wait, so if your modifier is plus.
Yeah, but was it monkey or the wind?
So it's plus 3 for the modifier? And then
My
it's,
modifier is plus 4.
okay, and then what'd you roll on that?
2 minus 2.
It's been 5 total.
Oh, 5, right, half.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Half math.
Alright, cool. So you hit him across the face and you hit him with like on a side feather, the other side. He comes back, kind of aligns his chin, and you see he's now stooping in for some sort of an uppercut as he kind of slips to the side a little bit with a side step. That will be a 25.
Damn it.
A 20. And a 1. So what's your AC?
20.
All right, so both the first 2 hit.
Yep.
As he comes low for a full-on uppercut, hitting you for that'd be 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Whack under the chin as you're currently reeling from the impact. He crouches down and is going to go for a knee to the middle of your groin. That is another 6 points of damage. Whack! Right in the Philip junk.
Oh no.
You instinctively give out a from the impact.
Little Phil.
After that point, he comes up and it looks like he tries to go for some sort of a pile driver grapple, and you instinctively kick off of him, and his third attack is completely wasted. It's now your go.
No one fucks with Philip Jr. I would like to bull rush and try and tackle him. And then if it succeeds, I'd like to headbutt him on the ground.
Okay. It's an action to do that, so then
Okay.
you can use your bonus action to attempt.
And then I would only get 2 attacks, right? Because I'm
You'd only get 1 attack for this. Technically, it's an action to grapple.
Okay.
Do it.
Do it.
Yeah, fuck
You
it.
said it. Do it.
So go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Whoa. No, that's even better. 22.
22. Yeah, you slam into him, knock him to the ground, and you're now on top of him. He's currently considered grappled, and you can go ahead and attempt your headbutt.
Say hi, boosh! That's a lot. 24.
24, yeah, definitely. So go ahead and roll damage on the same 1d4. divided by-
1d4 hits my head!
Yeah.
Yeah, your head.
Your head is so puny.
Got tattoos on it.
Nice.
You took down a giant
One
with
and a
that head.
half. Oh, 1.5 plus my strength, right?
So if it's 3 or 4, it's considered 2.
Right, okay,
So 6?
6.
All right. So as you tackle him to the ground, he's like, "Ugh!" He's trying to pull you off. You reach up, wham! Just slam your forehead directly into the center of his face. And as you pull back, you can already see the blood streak off the front of your head as his nose is smushed even further into his kind of gnarled facade. As you pull back, instead of in pain, he's laughing. as it comes to his turn, he's not attempting to break grapple. He's going to reach up and grab you and attempt to headbutt you in return.
I like it. I like it.
That's going to be a 21.
Oh my gosh, he keeps hitting you.
A 23.
Yep.
And a 19.
No.
Oh dear. All right, that's 7 damage. So a total of 13 damage.
Okay.
As he reaches up and slams you again, and as you start backing up, he goes to slam you a third time, and you catch his head in the middle of your mitt, and he's now face to face with you, just like. You guys are both snarling at each other like two rabid beasts. It's your go.
I would like to keep his head right where I have it and take my elbow and drive it down into the bridge of his nose.
Okay.
This is like you have C in D&D.
That's 25.
25 hits.
22.
Hits.
And 17.
17 does miss.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and roll damage for the next 2 strikes.
For this thing again?
Yep.
6.
6 already.
It's hard to get above a 6. And 6.
6, nice. So as you hold him down with his face, wham! Head goes, cracks against the ground of the crucible. As he starts picking his head up again, you just reel back again, wham! Hit him a second time. This time you can see now what... His nose was already busted before, and now it's nearly concave. It's like he didn't have a nose before, and there's just a bloody void where it once was.
Who's laughing now, bitch?
He's still smiling in a weird, twisted way. He seems to be enjoying this almost as much as you do. You go down for the third one, and this time he reaches up and grabs your elbow. He's going to take his turn to attempt to break grapple as his action. Go ahead and roll either an athletics or an acrobatics check.
12.
12. All right. He kicks you up back onto your feet, and as he does, he kip ups onto his feet as well. Looks at you with a smile, kind of wipes the snot and blood from the front of his face, licks it off his hand, and with that same hand, he rears back, almost like he's winding up for a punch, and then just kicks you right in the center of your stomach.
Damn it. Oh,
I like the feint. I like the feint.
It's 22. Yeah, that'll hit.
Jesus.
That is 8 points of damage.
Yeah.
Whoa. He's fucking strong.
You suck, Kurn!
That ends his turn now. You're up, Grog.
I think it's
You're both now standing face to face again. You're reeling from the kick to the breadbasket.
Oh, you hit me with the knuckle you fucking licked. So I'd like to jump forward and throw my knee forward in the last minute, pull it back, and throw my fist in a Superman punch.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Yes, fuck you. 19.
19 just barely hits.
And then I'll follow it over with a left, right, boom, boom.
Go for it.
Are you still raging?
21. Yeah, oh yeah, frenzied, so I get 3. And 22.
All hit.
Standing. Watch me roll 6.
Should we do something?
Have an ale.
Oh.
And
Sing a
collect the
song.
money. I feel like we should do something.
16 total.
Nice.
He's got this.
Wham, whack! Well, first jump, poof, hit him in the face as he kind of stumbles backward. You use the inertia to slam him again with the same fist in the face, and then turn around with a full-on haymaker to the side of the temple. Whack! As you can see, there's a spray of blood and spittle across the... You guys are starting to push towards the back wall of the crucible, and he actually staggers back a little bit towards the wall from the impact. And he charges towards you, putting his head right towards the stomach that he kicked before, kind of going for that same soft spot he's opening for himself. That's going to be a 20.
Yeah,
It hits. 21.
Yep.
And 21. Comes in, slams you into the middle of your abdomen for 7 damage.
Should I sing? Should I sing?
8 damage.
Okay.
And then an additional 7. So it'd be 15, 22 points of damage. As he slams his head into your midsection, picks you up over his head, slams you onto the ground, and as you're on the ground, he just runs up and soccer ball kicks you in the side of your ribs. Just whack! You hear a crack as the impact hits, and you can feel that surging, shooting, burning pain begin to fill the side of your torso. It's your go.
What else do I have? What can I do?
From the stands.
You can throw some dirt in his face.
From the stands, I turn to a portly gentleman next to me, and I say, Sir, do you see what that fucking little elf said about your mother? He called her a name I can't even repeat. I'm so sorry.
I'm not hearing any of this.
Go ahead and make a deception check.
Is he pointing at you?
Yes.
Oh God.
But I don't know that
18.
yet.
He kind of looks down at you and looks over at the elf and says, "Well, deal with him after the fight. I got too much money on this right
What
now."
an asshole.
I roll up off of my side and I start to go, I don't know, it might be too much. And I grab a handful of dirt and I throw it up into his face.
Ah! All right. Ricky O style. I like it. All right. So as you go ahead and just roll a basic attack.
Thank you, God. 26.
26. Make a dexterity save on his end. No, that won't work. So you throw the dirt up as he's kind of rushing towards you to follow up on the attack. The dirt goes streaming into his eyes, and for a second he kind of stumbles and kind of starts trying to wipe his face. As he does, he has the blood on his hands are also getting in his eyes, and the blood's starting to kick up a little bit. And he starts just kind of reaching out in the area. So that's your first attack.
Just because, I feel like we have a kinship, I take my foot and I throw it right up into his grundle, just sucker kick the shit out of his nuts.
Go ahead and roll an attack. You have advantage on this currently, because he can't see you coming.
That's even better!
25.
25, go ahead and roll damage.
Oh no, I only have 2, right?
You only have 2, yeah.
10.
All right.
No, that's
So-
not 10, baby. That was.
Yes, it
That was
was.
11. The first one was 5.
Halved.
Yeah, it
6.
was 5. That's 11.
11.
Baby.
If you're gonna do grundle damage, so as he's reeling and tries to reach out, swiping a back fist into open air, you rush up and just whack, hit him with sheer force that you hear a unanimous "oh" in the crowd all around echo down. His knees immediately kind of bend in towards each other, and you can see the sound escape instinctively from his. As you reel for your second strike, which is going to be what's the second one you do, or is he just?
Well, did he drop to his knees?
No, he's still standing, but barely.
Oh, really? Yeah, same place.
You pull back and whack a second time in the same spot, this sending him onto the ground from behind. He is currently prone. Okay, that's rough.
Literally trying to see him cough a testicle.
Well, regardless of what happens, it's going to be a search. We're going to need a scouting party to find where one of them went. So Todd just gets up and wipes the dirt and crust from his eyes, reeling from the impact. Uses half his movement to get up and staggers towards you as you're just kind of welcoming it. Looks up at you for a second and says, "You shouldn't have done that, tall guy." At which point he goes and just lunges for your midsection a second time. Misses with that strike. As you dodge out of the way, he spins around and attempts to back kick you to the torso. That will hit with a 26.
Donkey piece of shit.
And that one is going to do.
I have to go get popcorn.
That's going to be 6 points of damage to you.
Okay.
The back kick. And as his foot comes down, he's still kind of, reaching for his groin from the sheer pain. He just rushes forward and attempts to bite into your shoulder. That's going to be a 20.
He rolled a 20?
No, not a natural 20. Just a total of 20.
Yeah,
He's rolled a lot of 20s. That's going to be 7 damage as he sinks his teeth into the side of your shoulder and neck area.
How you doing, Phil?
And tears a chunk of your flesh out about the size of his mouth now in the muscle. So you're like, you reel back in pain, and you're both kind of clutched in this kind of gladiatorial grip. It's your go.
Oh, amazing. Since we're clutching that grip, I'll grab him back, and I'm gonna try and bite his nose off.
Wait, doesn't he have no nose?
Dig in there.
Oh, he's missing a hollow, right?
It's like mashed in. You'd have to really get, and like you're gonna have to like chicken pie that.
I'll just aim for this area, and if I catch lip, I'll take it as a victory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So gross.
Yes, fuck. Make it loud. I'm driving. Okay, 21.
That hits.
Are we part of the audience? Can
20.
we heckle him?
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
Oh, right.
20
Go, Philip!
and 24.
Yes.
All hit.
Oh! Come on, Phil!
So as you reach forward through the pain, you use the yell of pain to turn it into attack. Reach forward and bite into the front of his face. You don't get any nose, but you do catch the top of his lip. As you pull back with a snapping sound, a portion of his upper lip just comes off in your mouth. How much damage does that deal?
Don't spit it out.
It's a souvenir.
The first one is 6.
6 damage. All right. What's your follow-up?
Would you say that he reaches back for his face like that in pain?
Oh, he rears up with his hand right there, and it's like, oh.
Fantastic. I'd like to just drive my fist into his throat as his head's arched back.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Yes. 5.
5. All right.
You know what I love about these fights? It's just beautiful. The beauty of the human body.
The blood's pouring down the front of his face and his throat. You clip him right in the center of his throat. You hear the coughing sound as you, with his other hand, reaches up and grabs his throat. You can now see his front teeth visible through the lip that's no longer there. And what's your third strike?
Would you say that he bends forward then because he's grabbing his throat like that?
He's tough. He's bending forward, but he's not like completely incapacitated.
Right,
He's
I
in
would say
pain.
I go up next to him and invoke a fabled hero that I heard about in the woods named Macho Man Randy Savage, and I double tap my elbow and drive it down on top of his head.
All right. As you go ahead and roll damage on this one.
Thank you. 6.
6. So as you leap up, using the Goliath weight coming down, you double tap the elbow and bring it down on top of his head. He, from the sheer force of it, wham, slams down, face first, into the dirt, just like that. Onto the ground. He's looking kind of rough.
I believe that's pronounced Machoman Ran Savage.
Right.
There you are. A gracious warrior of the woods. While on the ground, he reaches forward and attempts to sweep your legs out from under you. Go ahead and make, this would be an acrobatics. No, I think this is a dexterity saving throw. Why not?
Why not?
10.
10. Whoosh! Pulls your legs out from under you. Whoa, slam onto your back. As he leaps up on top of you immediately, and with both of his fists in the air, and slams him down towards your face. That's going to be a 22.
Jeez.
What?
22 to hit. You take 6 points of damage.
Okay. I was like, 22 points of damage.
And 23 to hit. It's going to be an additional 8 points of damage.
Oh man!
Just like whoosh, once down in your face. Raises it again. With a second slam, poof, right down into the front of the face again. You can taste all the irony, blood, and liquid kind of pouring through your sinuses down into the back of your throat as you're currently on the ground with him on top of you. You're both looking pretty rough. Where are you at hit point wise? By the way?
Right, I say, tastes like home, and I spit in his face and reach up and thunderclap both of his ears.
All right, go ahead and roll for attack.
Same.
24.
Hits.
Nice.
17.
17 does not hit.
22.
22 does hit. So you reach up. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh yeah, right.
Whack! Thunderclap the side of both his ears.
6.
6 points of damage. As he rears back and then instinctively his hands go up and try and grab at your wrists. You pull the wrists back and he's holding you. From that point, you attempt to go for another strike, but he just redirects it with his own arms. You manage to pull out of the grip with a third strike. What are you doing for the one?
He pulls away from my wrists, and I'll just give him a little of the same. Put my fists together and just swing straight down into his solar plexus since he's sitting on top of me.
Roll damage.
5.
5. When you hit and you hear the wind out of him from the impact, and he's trying to get the wind back as he kind of. He pushes off of your chest to stand up for a second and gets one big inhale of air, and as he does, he just reaches up his leg and then kind of tries to curb stomp kick you right into the stomach while you're still on the ground. That will be a 18.
Misses!
All right. A 19.
Misses!
And that will be a 24.
You son of a bitch!
All right. So he goes to kick you once and you dodge out of the way. Kick a second time. This time you catch the foot and kind of hold it in place. He then lifts up with his other foot to a point where now you're kind of holding him in the air. As he puts all of his weight in the air, he comes down and slams his elbow right into the center of your chest, kind of in the way you did to his head earlier.
Right.
That's going to be for a total of 8 points of damage.
Okay.
I take the flagon of ale that I've been drinking all
8
this time.
points? 8 points?
8 points.
I slam it down on the ground and push my sister out of the way and yell at the top of my lungs, Grog! Your father was an undead piece of shit, and your cousin's gonna make you his bitch!
There's not enough popcorn in the world for this.
I know. Oh, it's like.
I would like to reach forward with both of my thumbs and shove him into his fucking eye sockets. Yeah!
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh my god.
Woo! Yes!
Fuck!
Oh no, you distracted him.
12. That's better. 22.
Okay, so as you reach up to try and get his eyes, he grasps your hands and instead kind of begins pulling back on the wrists. You can feel the tension of the bone beginning to bend from the sheer strength and force of it. As you pull back your arms, you attempt to headbutt him again, and he dodges his head out of the way, and he knows he has you in an advantageous position. What do you want your third attack to be?
He's still on top of me, isn't he?
Yeah. Where are you at hit point wise, by the way?
18.
You have 18 hit
He's
points
looking
left?
pretty rough too.
Yeah.
So what do you want your third attack to be?
That's like all I have total.
Would you say he's on my chest?
He's currently like on your chest and waist area right now, just like holding you down.
I would try to grapple him, but I'll
Tickle him! Tickle him!
If he's on my chest, I'll use my thighs to shove him up towards the upper part of my body, and I'll just drive down my elbow at the same time.
Okay.
Into that whole bloody target area.
Okay. As you shift upward, you bring your elbow forward. Go ahead and roll for attack.
Who can understand?
Totally should have tickled him.
No, you rolled 3. He rolled 3 already.
There we go. At least
Oh, that's right.
it's 6.
Yeah, the last one.
No, the
Oh,
last
yeah.
one, yeah.
So 6 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. As you position him up, you whack, the elbow hits and you can feel it sink in. Like what bones are there are mostly splintered and broken, and you get a good inch into his face with your elbow. As you pull back, he's looking really rough, and one of his eyes is kind of beginning to swell entirely shut, and the other one
looks
is
like a
looking
Rocky
wide
movie
shut.
right now.
It's
Okay.
This is a full-on drag-out fight.
I must break you.
He angrily looks down at you, and he reaches both of his hands up again in a giant hammer fashion.
Roll shitty.
That's going to be a 17,
Misses.
a 20,
Hits.
and a 15.
Oh my god.
He brings it down, wham! As it hits, you manage to take the brunt of it in the shoulder. The second hit comes down and slams you for 8 points of damage. Wham! This one actually you can feel the sternum crack. As he brings up his fists for a third time, attempting to end this, you use your leverage you had when you push him up to then actually spring your entire body upward and force him off of you. He manages to get to his feet, and you just get up, and you both are just bleeding from all over your faces with giant bruises, and you both of you are just kind of barely holding yourselves up, breathing heavily. It's your go. It's your
I want
go.
to rush at him.
Tickle him!
Spin on my knuckles, swing back, and at the last second, take my right foot and drive it right through his kneecap.
Go for attack.
Come on!
Yes, 24.
24 hits.
22.
22.
Come on, Grog!
19?
19 just barely hits. All right, so as you run forward, bring the leg up, whack, you hit the side of the knee. Go ahead and roll damage.
Come on, roll good.
5.
Okay.
6.
All right.
6.
All right, and what are the attacks you do?
I want to drive my foot through his kneecap, right?
Oh!
If that's successful. He's obviously got to go
snaps
down.
He's still standing on the other leg, but the knee is cracked behind.
Oh, that's amazing. I'll just put my foot through his other knee.
As you jump off the other one, whack! It catches the knee. It doesn't snap, but you can see there's a bend to it, and then he falls to the ground on both of his busted knees, now looking up at you. And with the third strike, what are you gonna do?
Come
I'd
on!
like to grab his head since he's probably kneeling on the ground at this point, right? And say, "There's only room for one to rage in this pit. And I take it and I just smash into the top of his jaw, hopefully dislocating the bloody lipless face that I see.
So disgusting!
Okay, so
Wait, is he an orc?
it's a half orc.
Half orc, does he got those big teeth?
The little tusks there, yeah.
Yeah. I'll grab onto those.
They're kind of small to
Okay.
pull.
We'll stick with the
but
jaw.
you slam down on his face. You'd see the jaw kind of crack open. The tongue kind of instinctively moves around a little bit, but the jaw is definitely broken from the impact.
It's like a dance. It's like a beautiful dance.
You can see that blow should have taken him out because there's nothing left.
He's like the Black Knight in Monty Python. He's got no
his body
knees.
goes like limp for a brief second.
Oh my god, but he's got
And
that.
you see that that half orc rage kicks in.
He gets
That
one
half
hit
orc's
point.
blood. You can see him now rally up for one final round of vengeance against you, Grog. Reaches up and grabs you by the throat and brings you up to slam into his head. This is going to be a 21, a 17,
Miss.
and a 22. So grabs you, slams into your head with the first strike. That is going to be 6 points of damage.
Shit.
Boom! Into the face. You can feel like the shock, the white light in your eyes as the impact smashes into you. He goes to do it a second time. This time you instinctively reach down with your hands and push his face away. You can feel the fading just from the sheer impact as he pushes you up onto your feet again, and you step back. And he takes a moment to look at you. With his missing lip, his bashed in nose, the eye swollen shut, his both knees kind of messed up. Respect. And he runs forward and with one heaping haymaker just whack takes you in the face with a cracking sound for 6 points of damage.
Oh no! No!
With a resounding crack, Grog's head spins, his body turning. He stumbles a couple of steps, falls to one knee,
No!
face down in the dirt, unconscious.
Where's his last little juice?
Do you
The
have
whole
last
crowd
little
raises and cheers as the mostly broken half-orc raises one of its fists to the air. Walks around, looks over to your body, reaches into his pocket and flicks a gold coin onto your back.
Oh, fucking dickhead.
Walks over to the ladder and begins very painfully making his way up to the edge of the crucible.
Yeah, because he's only using his arms because he's got no knees, douche.
Getting up to the top, the crowd cheers. You can now see one of the bookies reveals a holy symbol, one that you recognize as the symbol of Cord, and goes down in there, immediately begins administering healing to our recently unconscious Grog. You can see the other bookie, who is dressed similarly in the kind of purplish robes you saw before, also begins to heal our good fighting half-orc friend as he kind of lumps over and takes his sack of coins from him. The clerics of Cord are the ones actually running this, it looks like.
Bastards.
You come to, in the pit, Grog, beaten, wearied, and fatigued because of your frenzied rage. However, you have been defeated in the Crucible.
That was painful.
That was so close.
I go down and nurse him, nurse his head, hold him, and I just tell him, Grog, you won. You did it, buddy.
Make a deception roll.
Oh my god.
16.
I would say, given the circumstances, it's nice that he's trying. But it's been a while since you've invested in one-on-one combat, and a part of you is deeply hurt by it, but at the same time, there is that burning fire, that need to come back and vengefully tear him down from his precipice when you're ready.
I say nothing.
It's okay, buddy. This is the first time you've been knocked unconscious.
It's too bad
Good
Pike
pep
didn't
talk,
cast
good pep talk.
Death
I
Roll
was
on us
just
before she left us. That would have been great.
I go up and rub on him and, you know, meow.
as you're being
Do you want to fight
tended to
anybody?
by your party,
I'll fight you,
the
Grog.
same bookie that brought you in comes over and claps you on the shoulder and says,
Very powerful.
I'm not going to lie.
Probably kill you.
No one has taken a beating from the hammer like that and brought him so close. I don't think he's going to be able to take another round with you for at least a few days. But you're welcome to fight in my ring anytime you wish.
We need to earn our money back.
Ah, there is that, yes.
Or you could just give it to us.
I'll walk away.
Aw. Is there a whorehouse here in Vasselheim?
You're asking this question.
We
I'm
don't need
asking,
to
yeah.
recoup the money.
curiously
have to
comes
do
across
that.
the bookie's face and says,
Don't put on that red light.
The third floor of the Bellows, fuck do they call it again?
Bellows Respit.
Bellows Respit.
Sorry, I was in the moment. The third floor of the Bellows Respit does itself run as a brothel, if that's what you're inquiring.
That is what I was inquiring about.
Come on, Grog, we'll get you ice cream.
We'll give you ice cream, Grog. And a whore. How's that sound?
Cold stone?
Grog, you can eat the ice cream from the hall.
Oh, Tiberius, really?
I'm trying to be
Really?
creative here. Make him feel good. I don't know. Fireworks. Prestidigitation.
all right. Grog, as you make your way into the tavern, there is,
Okay.
though in your solemn state, you can see a number of the patrons who are watching from the inside or part of the crowd all kind of give a round of applause to you as you enter. The barkeep who turns to you, a human fellow who's missing one eye, has a kind of tufted, spotty beard, and happily extends a large tankard of ale and says,
On the house for you, friend! You fought well tonight.
I like your beard.
I take 5 of my remaining gold and slide it over to that bartender and say, just keep it coming all night, please. Thanks.
We'll deliver to the room. By the way, what room are you staying in?
Oh, do we have a room?
We would love one of
The
those.
3rd floor, I believe.
For some
I
of
don't
us,
think
not
he's
all
gonna
of
want
us.
to partake tonight.
Might have problems.
Oh, he's chugging.
The rest of
His sadness chugging.
the rest of you, how many rooms you taking?
Oh,
3 amongst you?
Three.
Should do.
3 rooms for the night. That'll be
Plus a stable for our bear.
I'll
no,
sleep
no, no. Our bear
outside.
will stay in the room with us girls.
Well, it looked like rain, right?
I'll cuddle up with
I'll
you.
be out there with the pigs.
No.
It's
Grog.
okay.
No, it's okay. He needs to stew in this for a little.
your room's on the house, friend. The rest of you, that'll be 6 gold for the evening.
I'll stay in your room, Grog.
I don't think he wants company.
No, he can sleep outside with the pigs. I'll stay in the free room.
Oh, great.
So let's go from that. All right, so mark off your losses for the money you put in for the pot.
Where do I mark off my loss in pride?
That would be under additional notes.
Right there on the
Beat me to
I
it.
almost won.
Damn it.
Almost.
What did he have? That orc piece of shit, he had what? That made him come back?
He had
It's
orc.
a half-orc racial ability that the first time they're dropped to 0 hit points, they can instead choose to be at 1 hit point. They can only do that once per day.
He had one left!
You brought him to -5 on that final hit, but that half-orc racial ability.
That's even worse!
Grog, if it's any consolation,
What's that mean?
It's a grouping
No.
of stars in the sky.
as I had no idea that weapons weren't allowed in there, if you and I had fight, you would have beaten me into a bloody pace.
Well, you weren't serious, were you? I thought you were being funny. Oh.
There's a lot of injured pride tonight.
Guys, we've had a really emotional day. Can we just sleep?
I found it to be very entertaining.
Hey, does anyone want to come to my room and look through my shit and see how Pike's doing?
Oh, yes!
Yeah.
This is look through. Oh, shit!
Yes,
Scandal.
Pike would have been proud of you, Grog.
Thank you, and if there had been weapons, I'd be in deep shit.
I'm gonna go to my room. I got
Okay, go
things
over
to
there
work
and
on.
that chicken.
I'll be at the bar.
Okay.
Oh, Grog, come on.
As you take
That's
it,
not even chicken. That's just a piece of wood.
and yet it doesn't stop him as he bite by bite makes his way through the piece of driftwood he found by the bar.
I slap down another 5 gold to the bartender and say, "Vas for that bar stool."
Thank you.
I'm erasing
I had no
that.
idea
Just
Grog was
put a little salt on it.
Which the bar stools, by the way, have kind of a thick, crusty wool on them. So there's a unique flavor to the piece you've chewed through.
Frying on this chicken is exquisite.
As you all take your evening of rest in your respective rooms, Grog, eating and drinking away your worries until eventually you are unable to make conversation, you sloppily make your way to the 3rd floor to a room in the brothel that has been prepared and waiting for you, paid for by
Not me.
by the Bellows Respit, and you find yourself sloppily disappointing a woman until you pass out in your own sorrow. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes, guys. Right after Overlord has a few.
He's so upset. He's really upset.
I've never seen him this upset.
Yeah, isn't it weird when
So-
people get upset? When you're-
He's definitely not a challenge for
Weird, I
Overlord
guess.
status anymore, that's for sure.
We're taking a break. Do we need to sit here? We're gonna-
Guys, so in case you're wondering what all of this 5K hype is that you keep seeing if you're watching from home and you tuned in after we started, Negiyama in the chat room has challenged you guys, the audience, if we get up to 5,000 subscribers tonight, he will buy a very large, and by very large I mean 8 feet tall.
Bigger than Travis.
It is massive. He sent me a picture. It is massive. I don't know where we will put it. We'll figure it out somehow. He will buy that for us and ship it to us. It's a very, very generous thing to help get us to 5,000 subscribers. And I was told from some people in the chat that I should also contribute in some way, shape, or form. So I have agreed to dress up as Pingu Lord tomorrow all day if we reach this goal. And for those that don't know, there was a very large war this morning in Team No Stream, the chat room while we were offline. Someone thought it would be funny to put my face on a penguin. I did not think it was funny, and I timed out and banned every single person that referenced it and exalted all of my power as Overlord. So it pains me to agree to do this. Very much so, because it completely diminishes everything I've strived so hard for in world domination. Penguins are the least threatening animals on the planet, and I despise them.
Wow, that is an intensity.
So,
Pengu Lord, guys.
good for you guys. Good for you guys.
Pengu Lord, I like the sound of
They
that.
like to snuggle.
Well, good for them.
Like
Pengu Lord, we can fit Pengu Lord on like a license plate, right?
Yeah.
No.
Will
Too
you
many
waddle?
letters.
If we get you in this outfit, will you waddle? That's really the
I said 5,000 subs, not like my dignity and everything else. Like, I will put on the damn outfit at 5,000. That's all I have to
All right.
offer. I've already still working on
Awesome.
a damn music video, so all I have left
All
to
right.
offer is my dignity and
Thank
every
you.
ounce of pride I have in anything.
So, if we somehow get to 5,000 subscribers tonight, we get an 8-foot trinket, and Pengu Lord gets to rule the stream tomorrow. So,
6-foot penguin.
yeah, we're back in about 5-10 minutes, guys. Please stick around. We have more interesting things to see.
Oh wait, before we log off, make sure you go follow our amazing artists.
Oh, wait, they don't have him. Hold on.
Also go follow
There you go.
Espionage Cosmetics because they're
That's the
amazing
one.
supporters of the show. Tweet at them and be like, thank you so much for supporting Critical Role. Because they're awesome. Okay. Got it.
Right, listen up. If you have ale, then you have a friend in Grog Strongjaw, a Goliath of towering height and size. This barbarian has an appetite for the two great loves in his life: combat, women, and ale. Wait. Easily the brains of the group, Grog is often consulted for his vast knowledge of shapes, colors, and shiny things. Also ale. In his early years, armed with his two-handed great axe, Grog oft enjoyed proving his might amongst the ranks of his family's wandering herd. But after coming upon an unsuspecting elderly gnome in the woods, he objected to the killing of such an innocent life. A creature of impulse, Grog felt only pity for this terrified little thing. His disobedience cost him dearly. Beaten bloody and banished by the herd leader, his uncle Kevdak, Grog was abandoned and left to die. Exiled from his herd, it was then that the relative of the very gnome he fought to save saved him. It was the kindness of a gnome cleric named Pike that healed Grog, bringing him back from death's edge. And they have remained close friends ever since. Most nights, Grog can be found challenging entire taverns to wrestling matches, or accompanying Scanlan to the nearest house where you pay for lady favors. Also ale.
A first impression of Keyleth would leave you with little information on the half-elven druid. You might even think that her social awkwardness due to her sheltered upbringing is kind of sweet. Of course, it would be unwise to underestimate her based on first impressions. Under that unintimidating petite frame is a vicious beast waiting to be unleashed, whose natural powers have made even the fiercest of champions pee their pants. Literally. Born to the air tribe of the Ashari people, Keyleth was raised with a deep love of nature and the elemental magics. It is her people's inherent duty to protect the delicate areas in Taldore, where the 4 elemental planes begin to bleed with this realm. Since she was a little girl, she had quite a knack for air manipulation and beast-shaping abilities. Well, if you consider kittens and flying squirrels to be little beasts, which I do. Anyways, it wasn't long before the headmaster of the tribe, her father, Kurn, realized her true prodigious abilities, and she was inveterated to succeed him as the next headmaster. Just like that, her jovial childhood was stripped and replaced with endless spell memorization, teachings from ancient traditions, and exceedingly high expectations. Every druid leader-to-be must embark on a journey to seek out the sister tribes in order to introduce and establish respect amongst the fellow headmasters. They call this the Aramente, or Noble Odyssey. When her father felt she was ready, he set her on the path to truly discovering herself, not knowing when or if she will ever return. As she hiked down the mountain towards Stilben, she meditated on the task ahead. Part of the Aramente is proving yourself a strong warrior, a valiant protector, and a wise and compassionate leader. With this knowledge, one thought plays and repeat in her mind. Is she even worthy?
Percy was the third of 7 children, born to a noble family who lived far to the north, in the ancient castle of Whitestone. With so many siblings to share the burdens of lordship, Percy turned his attentions to the sciences, engineering, and naturalism. One day, a mysterious couple named Lord and Lady Briarwood came to court. During a feast held in their honor, the Briarwoods violently took control of the castle, killing or imprisoning everyone who would stand in their way. Percy awoke chained in the dungeon, only to be freed by his younger sister. Together they fled, chased by the Briarwoods' men. As they ran, Percy's sister took several arrows to the chest and fell. Percy kept running, eventually jumping into a freezing river and floating unconscious to freedom. He did not remember waking up on a fishing boat. He barely remembered the next 2 years as he slowly made his way as far south as possible. Then one night, Percy had a dream. A roaring cloud of smoke offered him vengeance against those who destroyed his family. When he awoke, Percy began to design his first gun.
Pike grew up in the outskirts of town, near the Bramblewood. Her ancestors were a family of deep gnomes with quite an unfavorable reputation. Thievery, destruction, and trickery left them with the curse of the last name Trickfoot. Sarenrae, the goddess of healing and redemption, had other plans for Pike's great-great-grandfather Wilhand, who left his family at a young age after a dream that changed the course of the Trickfoot family. Wilhand devoted his life to Sarenrae and pledged from then on that him and his family would live a life of service and devotion. As a child, Pike seemed to have an affinity to heal. Whether it was animals, people, or even flowers, she felt she had a purpose in making things whole that had once been broken. She studied and learned the ways to heal through divine magic. She lived a peaceful life, quiet and simple, until one day, Wilhand was captured and almost killed by a group of Goliath barbarians. One of the Goliaths took a stand against the murder of the innocent gnome, and he himself was beaten, bloodied, and left for dead, abandoned by his herd. Wilhand went to Pike for help. She prayed and healed this barbarian as best she could, bringing him back to life. When he awoke, she discovered his name was Grog Stonejaw. After that, they were the best of friends, a rather unlikely pair. Little did she know that in a few years' time, Grog would soon return the favor and bring her back from the clutches of death. After being killed in battle, Pike felt angry. She wanted to be stronger so that it would never happen again. She spent 4 months at sea, training with the men and women aboard a ship called the Broken Howl. Gripping her holy symbol in one hand and her morning star in the other, this time, Pike is ready.
Oh, you haven't heard of Scanlan Shorthalt? Well, gird your loins, ladies, because he has his eye on you. A talented musician, master of disguise, and dashingly handsome in his own mind, Scanlan sings songs almost as much as he sings his own praises. Born a poor gnome, Scanlan used his endless charm and soaring tenor voice to croon for coin and support his single mother. One day he was discovered by a half-orc promoter and joined Dr. Dranzel's spectacular traveling troupe, where he learned the ways of the world and honed his skills as a bard extraordinaire. A loner much of his life, Scanlan has never quite come to terms with the violent death of his mother at the hands of a goblin invasion. While his years on the road provided many, shall we say, educational experiences with the opposite sex, deep down Scanlan yearns for the one thing he's never known, the true love of a fellow gnome. Still, Scanlan considers himself a lover first, performer second, and fighter distant third. On the battlefield, he'll support his allies, but rarely draws blood, unless it's to protect fellow gnome Pike. Count on Scanlan for a hearty laugh, a rollicking song, and a twinkle in his eye that melts hearts and makes the females swoon.
Greetings and salutations. I am Tiberius Stormwind. I hail from a town called Tyrix, located in the heart of Draconia, born from a politically respected family. At the age of 15, I succeeded in passing the Sorcerer's Rite, showing prodigy-like control of my magic. The judges and the Draconian High Council were amazed at how powerful my spells were for how long I had been training. At 20 years old, I was the youngest appointed member of the Magic Guild in Draconian history. For the next few years, I almost went mad from the malaise of being a guild member, as it's rather boring. However, one day I happened upon a chamber unused for quite some time. In the room were stacks of books and maps of the surrounding cities and areas around the known world. For months I would frequent the chamber and learned of artifacts from legend. After a long period of research, I made a list of artifacts that caught my eye. I brought these findings to the High Council and was told that all of the information in the chamber I stumbled upon was either believed to be fiction or unsolvable mysteries, and hence were lost forever. I found those answers to be unacceptable. A year later, I devised a ruse and managed to convince the city council to lend support in me leaving Draconia on a mission of peace and diplomacy for the surrounding kingdoms, going from town to town and making friends and allies in and for the name of Draconia. Being a red dragonborn, I had quite the task on my hands in that respect. But it was exactly what I needed so I could explore the world and find these artifacts, as I felt the truth was out there. Some may describe me as buffoonish, but I say poppycock to all that. I am much sharper than most give me credit for. I just don't pay attention to things sometimes. I've also been known to be rather cunning, loyal, happy-go-lucky, and, well, dangerous. I can't help but show my true scales every now and then. But overall, I think I'm quite friendly for a dragonborn.
Never entirely welcome in the company of elves or men, Vasselheim learned at a young age to skip past formality, preferring instead to invite himself in your door. Along with twin sister Vexalia, Vax was born by a chance encounter between elven royalty and human peasantry. Raised by their mother in their early years, the twins were eventually sent off to their father in the elven capital of Singorn. But their cool reception among the elves...
Welcome back, guys. All right, so we had a little break here. Remember to follow our awesome artists on the Twitter. And yeah, so let's go ahead and get back to the game. So we have a lot to do tonight. So, all right. So as morning comes to, the rest of you wake up. The first thought, of course, being the heartache for your friend Grog, who is not in any of the rooms.
The heartache for our lost money.
And the lot, oh yeah, more the money probably for Vex. But as you wake up, Grog is nowhere to be found in your rooms. Of course, he wandered off to presumably the third floor.
Is that a euphemism?
It can be.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, the third floor.
I'm still in minxie form. I slept in minxie form. I'm gonna go just look for him. See if I can find him in any of the rooms on the third floor.
Okay.
Get outta here.
A giant white saber-toothed tiger wandering the interior.
I'm allergic to cats.
Does set off a few mines. I mean, a armored bear being escorted is one thing, but a lone saber-toothed tiger, as soon as you make your way through the hallway, you can see one of the patrons steps out of a room and goes and pulls his blade out. It's like, help! Help! There's a tiger! There's a tiger in the end!
Why does this always happen to me?
You're a tiger and you're in
Hearing the yelling, I run up the stairs and say, has anyone seen a oh, there you are. Come on. Snibbles, come on. We're gonna go back downstairs.
You keep that thing on Elisa!
I roll over.
Sorry.
It's liable to kill someone!
Chews through her rope all the time. Come on,
I roll over on my back, and I'm like those cats you see on YouTube who hate being on leashes.
Just dragged on the floor.
Just dragging.
I started doing what I'm going on her tummy. Come
Oh,
on.
he goes back in his room and closes the door.
I'm pretty sure you just roped
At about this time, you hear
There's 8 of them on each side.
a heavy footfall.
Heavy football.
A second heavy footfall. A third heavy footfall. And from around the corner of the staircase, descending from the third floor, you see a very hungover and expressionless Grog squinting and making his way down.
Morning, big guy. Have fun last night?
Oh,
God, you're not gonna puke, are you?
no, I never,
You hear,
Oh.
I never puke.
Do you need some breakfast or ale or?
What, food? Food?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm good.
All right.
I think you need a nail.
Little hair of the dog. Yeah.
Now that
Yeah.
sounds like a plan.
All right.
you guys head down. The rest of you manage to eventually wake and make your way down to the tavern where Grog is already in the process of consuming his liquid breakfast.
Hold on. I haven't come out of my room yet, right?
Not until you want to.
So I do. I see Grog going in the, drinking his thing. I use my mage hand. I whack the ale out of his hand.
Oh. Your tanker goes flying out of your hand, ting, 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 on the ground. It spills across the front.
I'll make my way down to the thing and I tell the bartender, give this warrior water. This might be your problem, Grog. You lost for a reason, and you're a warrior.
Yes, but he's named after beer.
Don't... Wait, I know that. I'm just saying.
And you are what you eat.
I cast invisibility.
Ah! That's good. Various vanishes. The barkeep hands over a big mug of clear water and sets it in front of Grog.
Oh, this is the very special beer.
You should take a picture of this.
That's the water that was requested by your friend who disappeared.
Water?
It's like an episode of the
It'll get you
80s.
super, super, super drunk.
Can you feel it? You can feel it, right? You can totally feel it.
It's pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Well, keep it coming.
Yeah.
Meals are ordered. You guys are fed as per your purchase of the evening's inn stay. Your meal's still covered by the tavern. Eventually, you find yourselves full, and about, say, roughly 10, 11 in the morning it would be.
I'm no longer minxy to eat breakfast with my friends.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Hi, good to see you, Keyleth.
Are you a dwarf again?
No. I should talk to more
Sounded like
dwarfs
one.
before I try to. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I was a
friendship.
little racist.
There's a little racist.
I was a little racist.
Yeah, I
Remind
admit
me, what was on our plate? What's on our
Well,
plate?
we have multiple things we can be doing. We can go meet Keyleth's druid family in the mountains, right? Fire, brimstone,
Oh,
stuff
the
like
fire
that.
jugglers, yeah.
We have a lot of money waiting for us.
Slightly less. No.
But then we have to get back on the airship
In
to go get
Craghammer,
it,
yes,
right?
but there is 25,000 gold waiting for us, so that's always an option.
And the braving grounds, we could see if they need any, since I lost us a lot of money.
Grog, have some clear beer.
Okay.
Clear beer.
We can see if they need any work for hire, you know, going out and being strong.
I feel it very hard to leave Pike behind in this city. We're really going to leave and go to Craghammer.
Well, we don't have to. I don't want to go yet. We traveled several days here. Well, when you're in this side of the country, I should probably go, do the things I was set out to do.
And plus we have the poo cell phone.
Right. Good job, Scanlan.
It's more of a poo walkie-talkie.
I don't know what either of those things are.
Just know that there's poo involved.
Does the poop talk like my earring? Because that I
Yes.
understand.
It's like a poop earring.
It's like a poop earring. Why didn't you say that in the first place?
Not really.
You talk through it, or
No.
no?
You talk to poo.
You see through it.
Hashtag poop earring.
So yes, there's multiple things.
Well, multiple things. There's just go back to Craghammer and get money, or go where
Braving
Keyleth
grounds.
wants to go.
Hell, we can look
fire
for work
juggles.
here. We can go back to Bahamut, see if they want to.
Keyleth's got family. We can visit her
That's what
family.
I'm talking about. Yes.
All right.
Fire.
I guess we should
brimstone,
set out that
volcanoes,
way.
druids.
Keyleth, do you have an opinion?
I mean, I guess if you guys don't have anything else to do, yeah, we can.
How far are they from here?
I'm not sure. We'd have to start asking around. They're
can
kind
do
of
that.
remote. We're kind of, secluded people.
Secrety.
We're a little secrety, yeah, and we haven't heard. I just want to clarify, haven't talked to them in a long time, so I hope they're nice.
Oh.
And I'm sure they are. That's
Family stuff can be tricky.
It seems a shame to have a family and not take advantage of it.
right.
What's family for, other than to take advantage of?
To hit, to kiss, to...
To kiss?
What?
You kiss your family?
Yeah, I'm a Goliath. What about it?
There are things about Goliaths I didn't.
Goliaths are very affectionate.
The wall has a good effect on him.
This shit.
You feel drawn to your parents, though. Do you want to go?
I have to go. I don't have a choice.
Then we should go.
Okay. I just don't want to inconvenience anybody.
Inconvenience.
Oh, is that dwarvish?
Yes. It's actually Underdark. I'm
the,
fluent.
Oh wait, but that was dwarvish.
How far is the airship?
Inconvenience.
Yes.
Your accent's
Okay.
amazing.
I'm
have a
trying to
question.
work on learning more dwarvish inconvenience. Okay.
I have a question for you, Vax.
Yes.
The braving grounds that are here, would it be to our benefit to collect maybe some coin and practice our fighting before we go to the maybe friendly fire jugglers village?
You want to go back in there? It's
Not
awfully fresh.
Not the crucible. Don't rub my face in it.
Why
not
not?
in the crucible. To the braving grounds.
What's that?
Braving Grounds
What's
is.
the Braving-
We were just in the pub. I mean, that was just a backyard brawl,
Are you
basically.
talking about
He's
actually
talking
going
about
to
the
the
temple.
Church of Cord?
Was that the crucible I was in?
No,
The Crucible was the pit you were in. The
pit, yes,
the
Braving
temple you're at is the Trial Forge. The whole area you guys are in, this district of Vasselheim, is known as the Braving Ground.
I got
This is what I think, Grog. That's too fresh. You need some time away from it. We should absolutely come back and you should break that guy's fucking face. No question.
I could've.
Yeah.
You
totally
should
could've.
have. You almost did.
Yeah, next time, bite his nose off right away.
I
Before
will
it's
insult
concave.
you
I saved
even
it
harder.
for too late. I
Yeah,
did it too
yeah.
late. With them in the bowls.
The balls, good effort.
Let's go
You
where
do realize-
Keyleth.
Yes, we've come a very long way. Keyleth is near her family. She needs to see where that road lies.
We should take care of each other.
And once we do, we'll come back and we'll
guys.
fucking kill that
And
guy.
we could use weapons if they suck, right?
Yes.
Yes. You can cut open anyone you want.
Speaking of
I
weapons,
promise.
aren't we in like a perfect weapons buying district?
Is that true? Is that true?
Yes! Can we go find an armory or somewhere that sells pointy things?
You can certainly try. Yeah. As a note too, as you're having this conversation, you reach into your pocket, Grog. As you're like feeling on your in your pocket and realize that you saved in your drunken state the upper lip. It's rubbery and dry, but it's there.
I tuck that inside of my belt beard. Just so it's nice there. One little part of it just flapping out.
Okay.
What about your beard? Is he growing his beard?
Oh, it is a new
You get
day.
to go ahead and roll a percentage dice.
You're slowly collecting another party
Ooh,
member.
9 or 90. And 9, 90.
99. No beard this morning. Has to be the other way.
It goes the other way?
Lower percentage.
My life is shit. I can't do anything.
It's a rough day for Grog.
That's it. I'm hanging myself.
No,
where's the bridge?
Don't do it. There's no bridge here.
Actually, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm incredibly low on funds at the moment. So
Perhaps shopping is not.
maybe we
Best
can.
pastime.
To be fair, we
buy
did
anything
just
right now.
do a lot of shopping.
We did just do a lot of shopping.
Yeah, let's just
Only
go.
a
Let's go
week ago.
adventuring.
Yeah, okay.
We haven't had an
Let's go.
awkward parental
Let's go find
confrontation
your
in
family.
what feels like
Okay.
months.
I'm so nervous. This is.
You really are.
Well, I mean, it's a big thing.
I forgot. Have you seen them ever?
The first time I left home was when I met up with you guys.
You guys suddenly hear this slamming sound that echoes throughout the nearby city. You hear this impact, like this distant cracking of stone against stone.
Something's
A
happening.
few seconds later, you hear this low, this horn that's just bellowing out this deep echoing horn. The rest of the tavern kind of looks around, confused. A couple individuals kind of step outside to look.
I'm at the dock.
I'm gonna
right?
run outside.
You're
Maybe
currently
not.
you've been walking away for a while, and you get about roughly 10 minutes away before you hear this impact and these horns going off in the distance.
I turn to the barkeep and say, "What was that? Do you know? Have you heard that before? What is that?"
It's the horn of a trial. It means there's some sort of attack.
Attack? Where? How do we know where?
I don't know, but I'm getting ready.
Coming up in the back room.
Getting ready where? What are we doing?
I'm gonna cast fly myself and see what's going on.
Okay, so you become visible and begin lifting up into the
No,
air.
I'm staying invisible.
Oh, because okay. So
The math
you lift up
crown.
into the air and then appear as the concentration spell wears off. I got your crown. Looking over, you can see immediately there appears to be some commotion, like some dust has scattered up from the forest on the far side of the Braving Grounds, outside of the major wall of the city.
Okay.
Oh, that
Right,
forest
because they
felt
turn it
crazy.
back.
Then I'm gonna do like a to where.
Okay,
the
you start
bar-
gliding over. As you guys rush out, you can see now a bunch of the bastions that are set across the top of the wall are gathering and loading in bolts, and you see two of them fired. You hear this now guttural roaring sound, but multiple ones, like a chorus of large bestial screams. And then a wham! A second slamming sound of stone into stone, and you can see at the very distant wall, right below where those two bastions were that fired those giant dragon-headed bolt throwers, both poof, get thrown off the top, falling a good 40 feet out of view beyond the distant rooftops. You can see a small crack beginning to form at the top of the wall. 2 other bastions now begin to rush in and take the place in those 2 bolt throwers.
I yank 2 daggers out, flip them, catch them, and just start running towards the
Can I grab the flying carpet out of the bag of holding before you take off?
Yeah. Sure. You
And-
grab it. You guys start running.
Drink
You're
it.
gliding in.
Follow Grog.
I'm ambling behind them.
Okay.
I'm going straight to where I see the attack.
Or you want to go grab it?
Okay.
I'm gonna hop on the carpet with you.
I'm a going.
I can't get on the carpet.
I swing down and pick up my brother.
Okay.
I'm hopping on as well.
You hop on.
Sounds with me with
Come along, Percival.
At which point, 2 more bolts are let loose, and you hear the creature once again scream in pain, and then the footfalls.
But we don't see them yet.
No, you just hear it. It's on the other side of the wall. You see what looks like almost like a toothy maw streak across the top of the tower for a moment, and then the tree lines shift and the footfalls get quieter and quieter.
Go ask one of the Bastion guys what it was.
Yeah, we fly up next to one of the shooter guys and say, "What was it?
Okay.
What is it?"
You glide up to it, and as you look down, you can see the 2 bastions that fell. They're currently being tended to. One of them looks unconscious and rough from the impact of the fall. The other one is walking with a limp, trying to find its way back towards the interior of the wall that leads up to the top of his post. The one you come by is like sweat beating down his face, and you see he's loaded another bolt, and he's kind of looking out wide-eyed towards the forest. He goes, "It came back.
What? What came back?
We've had this blasted thing seen on and off again for the past few weeks. I don't know, maybe it's hungry or it's bored, but either way, this multi-headed thing, this Hydra-like creature keeps coming in, and I don't know, I think it's testing the wall."
It's like a raptor.
They remember.
Clever
Should we go kill it?
We don't see it anymore, I don't think. I think it's gone back into the woods.
Can we
It's
see
fled.
where it is?
We got a few hits in, but it went and I never seem to get enough to take it down.
How
Can I
frequently are
track it?
these attacks coming?
Of course we can track it.
I mean, you're welcome to try. It's only been maybe 2 or 3 times this past week, but it's come once or twice a week for the past month. Hitting different areas of the city, and not just this beast, a few different ones, but mostly this abomination. It's a nuisance more than anything. Although it did get a good hit on the wall, and he looks over and you can see there's like a crack in the stone. He kind of looks nervously over it, and we'll get to fixing that right quick. I keep slinking off back into the Visper Timberlands. Court help us if there's more than one of these.
Good old cord. Okay.
I grab my earring and I say, "Tiberius, where are you?"
I'm flying around.
You just now glide over, seeing the flying carpet towards the top of the wall.
Okay. I'm above you.
Where? Is he visible?
He is visible, just gliding down.
Okay.
You guys have run up to the edge of the wall. You're beneath, looking up at the flying carpet. Kind of, they're having this conversation at such a distance where you can't really hear them talking. But Percy, Vex, and Vax are up on the flying carpet, currently conversing with the bats.
Float up a little bit and see if we can see movement in the trees where it is.
Well, that's something you can see the canopy shifting slightly. It's about a quarter mile off and disappearing before eventually it's a little bit out of sight. You figure a creature that large can't be too difficult to track.
Okay.
We go kill it?
Well, here's the thing. I bring the carpet back down and say, I see where it went. If you guys want to, fight it.
Well, let's go find them.
What do you think?
I'd like to go get my muddy up Kraghammer.
The what? Money crack hour?
I thought we were decided to go to Keyleth.
Yeah, we could do the flame druids. And
The individuals are now currently they're currently see
So you left during a family meeting.
That money's not going anywhere.
That's fine.
I suppose you're right.
Let's help
Normally
the
it
city
would
out,
take
and then
me,
we'll
like,
go on to see Keyleth's
Months
parents.
to walk up here.
Our
Wait,
plan.
help the
Didn't know
city
it was
out
gonna
by
be
going
a
to track the Hydra first?
Go follow this.
I'll run back to the tavern real fast.
Okay.
People have left, right?
Yeah, there are people still outside, kind of looking into what happened.
The barkeep still there?
He's there, and he's currently putting on armor by himself.
It's okay. It's okay. It left. Big crack in the wall. You might think about leaving. Before you do, the siren. Where might I find her?
Kind of thinks to himself, says, she's a slippery one. She normally shows up when she wants to start a fight. I gather your best bet would be to ask around. Well, here she runs at times with the, What are they called? The Slayer's Take.
The Slayer's
Take.
As he was talking about this, the Bastion that was talking to you guys is now coming down the wall, and he's like, "Are you seriously thinking about going after that thing?"
Only if there's money involved.
Oh, I can guarantee you, a beast of that size, not much of a problem's got a hell of a price on its head.
From who?
Wow.
Gather anyone you take it to at that point. Probably take just one or more of its heads back or some proof of it's dead, and I'm sure there'll be a few people that will fight over a fist to pay for that.
Easily get ahead. Let's go right now. Grog's doing something. Let's go.
No, let's not leave.
Grog.
Grog.
I'll come with.
Grog, come in. We're gonna
How?
go kill something. We need you.
We're on the carpet. He's flying. Scanlan's riding on an eagle.
I can try a locate
gonna go?
creature spell.
You can do a what?
Trinkets with Grog.
I can cast locate creature.
She can cast locate
And I can cast.
Let's leave Trinket behind.
No, shush.
Just for now. It's so hard to control
Grog's on his Trinket for a long time. He needs rest. Let's go.
Trinket is there behind you,
We're
like,
gonna lose this thing.
I didn't learn polymorph. You're gonna have to ask Scanlan about that one.
Scanlan, please.
Oh, who?
polymorph
What?
him.
Me? I don't.
Please,
Do I know?
polymorph.
Whatever that thing is, it's getting away. We're losing time.
We can track him. I'm a ranger.
I
Give me
drop
a
to my knees and I
moment.
cast
you tell
locate
me every
creature.
week.
I can only come if Tiberius lets me. He's the
Oh,
only
to
one that
fly.
can- Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Might cast.
But let's keep twiddling our thumbs,
kinda
please.
cast-
I'm going to
No,
cast
are we not?
fly out of my ring. On Grog.
all right, Grog.
I guess we're going.
You think of a wonderful.
Do you want to use your
Oh, wait, hold
ranger
on,
tracking
hold on.
skills, or should I try and cast a spell?
Nope.
You guys.
I can definitely use my ranger track.
I'm going to cast it at 5th
Okay,
level.
I'll wait then.
I'm going to cast it on my elf, or on. I'll just keep it on him, on Grog, and on Trinket.
Okay, so Trinket once again.
Like last time, remember, Trinket?
Trinket seems to be a little less perturbed by the circumstance. and
Trinket,
is-
I grabbed Trinket's paw like in
Snooty.
Superman 1 and like Superman and Lois when we're flying.
Grog and Trinket coasting through the air, arm in palm.
Thank you, Tiberius.
I got you.
Peter Pan and Wendy.
Can you read
I'm
my
gonna keep
mind?
him in front of me, like, around there.
All right. So as you guys all drift up over the town, you can immediately see the Bastion that was talking to you is looking very, very curiously at Tiberius.
Oh, don't worry, he's really nice.
Sorry, there was just a little magic so we can go kill the Hydra. Sorry.
As you guys vanish over the wall, you can now see before you the entirety of the Vesper Timberlands.
Most people just say thank you. Dick.
Below you, the landscape is entirely consumed by what looks like the densest forest you've ever encountered. The cold air seems to be growing colder as the day progresses on, and the clouds themselves are a choked dark gray. The rain never fell last night, but the storms seem, or at least the storm front that seems to push its way, is still ominously looking overhead to the entirety of this landscape. Looking down across the Vesper Timberland, you can see the thick canopy, the occasional mountain or hill that's kind of jutting through the top of it, but there is no movement. There is no current sign of the creature.
Choose some bait.
No,
Wait, no. We saw the direction it went in, right?
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Saw the direction.
Don't worry. My sister's a ranger. She can track anything.
Are you being an asshole to me today?
I don't know. Why am I?
I don't know.
I judged him apparently, and I don't remember doing it.
The critters will figure it out.
No. Yeah. Can I go low to the ground and track it?
You can. So you take the carpet down, and as it hits the canopy, it's a very slow, arduous process to weave between the thick network of branches and vines and other bits of growth that have completely covered the top of this forest. Eventually, the carpet comes down into the floor. The rest of you guys who are flying coming along as well? Or
I'm coming along.
Oh, yeah. You all come down behind the carpet, eventually breaking through the top of the canopy and reaching the interior of the Vesper Timberland itself.
This is my other favorite terrain.
Good to know. Good to know.
Really? What is it?
This forest, incredibly lush, presses up against the city walls itself nearly oppressively with the impact. Like it grows up right against the city wall, and it's almost like the wall itself is constantly keeping it at bay. The way the growth is pushing inward. the tree trunks you see now that you hit the interior vary in size, some only a few feet in diameter. You come across a couple that are 20, 30 feet or more in diameter, like giant trees. Also, even though it's midday at this point in time, the light inside the forest is choked so thin it's almost like it's dusk near dark inside the forest. The air hits you with like the smell of wet earth and moss. Vines and branches dangle from and reach from every direction, and you can see you can walk through the path here, but nearing trees themselves, the roots are so large and so twisted where they enter the ground, you're definitely going to have to keep up with your ranger friend here.
Just like the old days.
So have we touched down, or are we like traveling?
You guys are now in the forest, kind of pushing through various walkways. Go ahead and make a survival check with advantage.
Survival check?
Yep.
Is that for her or
for her? She's tracking the creature.
Oh, natural 20!
Yeah! Nasty!
All right. So,
roll the second one.
Following its path, you see that there are tracks going both ways, meaning the creature, as it came through towards the city, it turned its path about and then exited the same pathway. So as you're following it along for a good 15 minutes or so, you come across a small opening in the forest, and where you can see what looks to be a very messily, partially devoured carcass of something.
Is it big?
It looks like it was pretty big. It's definitely spread out over this area.
I think it ate something here, you guys.
Good ranging.
What are you doing?
Thank you.
Good ranging.
Thank you.
I'd like to try and identify the animal it ate.
Make an investigation check.
13.
13?
Yeah.
You look at it, it appears to be some sort of furred beast. Huge in size at one point. It is long dead for at least...
Like moose big or bigger?
No, like as big as some of the Umber Hulks that you fought.
Okay.
But it looks humanoid, ish, more primate-like.
Mammalish.
The more you look at it, it looks like it may have been at one point a large, massive ape of some kind.
What?
But it has been torn open, limbs scattered all across this small clearing. You can see there are a series of bite and scratch marks across it, and most of its internal organs are missing.
I don't know what we're tracking, but I think it's friendly.
Can I do a nature check to see if I can figure anything out about the nature of the attack?
Sure.
That's gonna be 21.
Whoa. 21. As you look down at it, and you kind of take close inspection at the attack. You look, a creature like this, when it destroys and bites, especially the creature that you saw earlier briefly appear through the canopy when you first arrived.
Right.
Many heads, gnashing teeth, the bite marks and the attack on this carcass are definitely in line with that creature. However, you do notice that there are other marks and attacks across it as well. Some of the wounds across this body appear to be made by weapons. There are gash marks and slashes. And the more and more you inspect the body, you can see the blood that has been scattered about by this was thick and congealed by the time that it was tossed amongst this opening.
Does it look like the wounds from the weapons happened post-mortem or at the same time?
The wounds from the weapons appear to have occurred fresh, whereas the wounds of it being killed and eaten, or at least being eaten by the creature, appear to be post-mortem by quite some time.
So it was killed by civilized folks and then torn apart by this thing.
This Hydra.
Yes.
Or the Hydra has mastered
maybe
weapons.
The Slayers take it.
And can I figure out what kind of it's just some sort of bird creature? Is all Percy could
Ape
discern?
creature.
It's an ape.
Bird
Oh, it's an ape creature.
Like it's essentially a massive, for lack of a better term, a dire-sized ape.
Whoa.
Oh,
That's big.
Dire ape.
That is quite the ape gape.
Right.
So it's possible somebody was feeding it.
They're not monkeying around.
No.
Should we continue on? Keep tracking, keep tracking.
That's the only pun you got?
That's all I got.
My sister and I are going to check and see if there's any sign of it in the area.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to go ranging?
Check around.
Are you ranging?
Oh, that was good.
It was.
I'm not gonna roll that one.
21 for me.
Yeah, only 18 for me.
Okay.
Oh wait, but advantage. Ooh, that's way better.
I mean, would you get
25.
25? Looking ahead, this carcass was eaten before the creature attacked the city. You can see from the time difference that has happened, but it has tore through this space recently, and you can see part of the body has been kind of shoved aside and crushed under some giant clawed foot, and continues kind of weaving between the trees in this small pathway that looks kind of well worn. Like there are some portions of the forest that are well overgrown and mostly untouched. There is a specific path along the floor of this forest that looks like it's been used often by large footsteps and small ones.
Should we follow along that path? But maybe off to the side of it, like in the trees, but like next to the path?
No, let's just go down the middle.
All right.
What do they leave traps? It's a Hydra.
I'll go down in the bushes, thanks.
Okay.
It's not an herbivore.
Is it like a thicket? Is it like
Possibly
rough
not.
terrain that we're going through?
There are many portions of this that come across as rough terrain because at certain times it's okay, especially on the worn path. Any off that can be a little more difficult to traverse.
And is it plant life?
Plant life, tree roots, heavy thick branches that have fallen or have grown out and interwoven, occasional rocks or natural formations that have just jutted out of the earth.
Okay. Let's continue on.
All right.
As fast as possible.
Make another tracking check with advantage.
Oh man, another one?
With advantage.
I'm gonna
16?
I'm gonna inspire her with a little song of inspiration.
All right.
And the ranger's gonna range, and the tracker's gonna track. I'm just gonna watch her range. Watch her range. Woo, woo. Okay.
I don't like that song.
Tiberius refuses
What do I
to
get
join.
to add?
A D10.
I threw my dice in my chicken.
Okay, so 19.
Oh, good. 3 points.
3 points. Yeah, 3 points.
All right. You continue moving forward off the track for another 10 minutes or so before you see some movement ahead.
No.
Perception?
Perception check.
I joined in that. 21.
Ooh, that's good.
12.
18.
How
All
far
right.
away are we from each other?
You guys are kind of keeping pretty close. You're a little bit behind them, but you're letting them kind of push forward.
Okay.
Unless you choose to do anything otherwise.
Go in stealth.
All right, make stealth check. You and Percy go ahead and you look forward and you notice that there are a couple of small pools of water that have just kind of coalesced through the recent storms, or just a natural small pool of water that exists in this portion. But you can see the back of a large scaled creature with kind of a tan to dark brown hide, long tail, currently stooped down and drinking from the waters of the pool. You can hear the distant sound of water dripping out of its jaws, and you can see now this is there are multiple heads taking drinks of the pool here.
Is the foliage around us green, brown, standard foliage color?
In this area, because of the nature of the rich earth, most of the foliage here is a deep green.
Best
I'm going to turn us all deep green with seeming.
Ah, okay.
With what now?
Seeming.
Seeming.
Thank you. Yes.
Got it.
With seeming. I spread my seeming all over us, turning us green with seeming all over us.
Oh man. Oh, okay.
Nothing you can't ruin.
As the hue of your garments begin to shift to the color of the surrounding forest, like everybody to go ahead and make a stealth check if it hasn't already, with advantage.
Best ambushes are at the water hole.
30.
I'm gonna cast Stone Skin right now.
Okay.
We're rolling for stealth?
Shanida.
With advantage?
With advantage because
Natural
With
20.
advantage.
Look at all the HR stuff.
Oops! Yeah. Got a 19.
15.
16.
Alrighty.
Wow.
Stealth
25
with advantage.
total?
Yes.
These are trees.
So 18.
There, looming at the edge of the water.
No.
Oh!
Whoa! Is that like a dragon or is
That is a massive Hydra.
it? So it's not technically like in the dragon school?
No.
Hail Hydra.
It's considered a monstrosity,
Hail
technically. You guys are all kind of hidden
Hydra.
off to the side here.
I'm scooting forward quietly.
Just saying hello.
I've moved up to here.
Hail, Hydra.
Hail.
Oh,
Where do you hail from, Hydra?
shoo, Hydra.
Cast hail.
Cast hail, Hydra.
Shoo him away.
Right. We'll put that as your guys' current placement. So stealth scores are
30.
16. 18 for
18.
him.
25.
15.
15.
It was a natural 20. Do I add anything?
Oh no, you don't have to worry about that.
So we're all good.
Okay.
You're welcome.
The creature just keeps drinking. Occasionally, a head will come up and look around. Another head will come up and snap at it and snap back, and then both go down and they start drinking on their own. You apparently are not currently noticed.
Should I have rolled for trinket?
You go and roll for trinket.
I rolled an 18 for trinket.
Okay, trinket's fine.
I wouldn't have
Trinket
said
with his deep green fur at the moment.
Oh.
Yes, he's a cute green trinket.
So what'd you like to do?
I'm pulling out my dagger of venom.
Okay.
Set a really good trap. Let's think about this.
I was gonna say,
Right.
I can like box him in with my wall of stone. I can. Poof.
I can also cast the spike growth thing again, since if he doesn't see
We
me
can
do
try
it,
to push
then
it
he
in the
can...
water.
We
Yes.
can lightning the water. I like your
Whatever
box
we do,
there.
we should do it quick.
In the water and lightning the water?
What do you
That's
have?
good.
Anything?
I have all kinds of things.
Yeah. Suggestions.
We better act quick. He might see us.
If you box it in, we can't get in.
If we can nudge him into where he's drinking and then box him in, that'd be
We
good.
drown him?
We're
Yeah.
lightning the water.
Yeah.
Let's
Box
try
him in
that.
the water and then lightning the water.
Keyleth, you're up.
Keyleth, when you shape the stone, can you make it lean towards him in a ramp? Do it that I can run up.
No.
It wouldn't.
It'll still box it in. I can just traverse it.
I can push him in if I still have
Yeah,
that crown.
I see what you're saying. Yes, I can.
Instead of
like
balls
a,
like this, towards it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pyramid him in essentially.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try and make like almost behind him is like an auditorium. In the front of him is like a jabby ramp. Does that
Okay,
make
you're
sense?
doing this right now?
Auditorium.
Let's do this.
Jabby ramp.
Okay. The wall stone has to be connected to itself, so it would have to be like a.
Take the carpet.
Okay, I'll do like a spiral. Yeah, like a spiral.
We're gonna
Like
take.
a spirally ramp that like traps him in.
Okay.
We're gonna take the carpet and make our way
Like a
to the
pyramid.
to the other
Wait,
to
you're
the other
trapping him? I
pond.
thought we were
Do you want
pushing
to go
him.
from either side?
Well, he's
That
drinking
might be
in
we
the
can do the
water.
other side.
I
You
can
take the
do-
carpet, go to the other side, and I'll walk over with trinket together.
Gotcha. Next to the water.
He's already
What is he
leaning.
looking for?
It's
Carpet.
leaning
Carpet.
into it to
Okay.
drink.
Carpet
Oh,
got
a
moved.
carpet!
Usually we have flying carpets from fans here I want to use, but it got moved.
Are they in our box?
She got
Are
moved.
they in our magic box?
Oh well.
That's
Well,
okay.
there,
We'll find them. We'll
We'll
find
find them.
them.
We'll find them. We got carpets from you guys to use. We'll get that in just a second.
It's a a tiny carpet.
It's fine. It's fine. We got to move. Got to move.
I know.
Okay.
So Percy, you have the.
I have the carpet. I'm gonna head towards that small.
Oh, it's right. I've got a thing. I have a
Don't
thing. You have a laser pointer. Show me.
What is that?
That is a rock.
I'm going to move just to the other side of that.
Okay, you coast through here, unseen.
And I'm
Alright.
gonna do the same to the other side, actually.
Move around. Behind. Get to this side here.
Yeah, that works.
Or else over this
Will I
side.
be able to shoot him from behind the one further back?
From this one here, or from this one.
That one.
From here, right now, no.
Okay, well then yeah, I'll go behind the big tree. There, yeah.
All right.
Totally hidden.
Yes. Anyone else placement?
Yeah,
I'm gonna just move closer.
Yeah, I might be able to do that actually better.
Like there.
Hey,
Yeah.
Matt.
Do we have a laser?
You do.
I'm instead of Wall of Stone, I'm actually gonna cast my 6th level spell,
Okay.
which is Move Earth.
Oh, yeah.
And
Do that.
essentially.
Have you read Move of Earth?
Yeah, like a few
You-
weeks ago.
You can move large chunks of earth over a small period of time. It's not an attack spell. It's more of a. You
Okay.
can dig a cave.
Never
over the
mind.
next
I'll
hour.
stick with the original plan
Wait,
with
she
with
can't
Wall
make
of Earth. I can't like dome them up and go ahead and push them into the water like I was doing.
Probably not with that one.
All right, I'll stick with Wall of Stone, which I know I can't do.
All right.
I don't have a laser.
I'm gonna make
so-
a Hydra pyramid.
Take this.
Don't throw it. I want to, since I'm I rolled a 30. I'm gonna just get down in sort of a crouching sprinter's run right there.
Okay.
Right there out in the
Keyleth,
open.
where are you going?
Thank you.
To have line of sight on the creature, where are you going?
Right there's fine.
Oh.
You don't have line of sight on the creature. There's a currently a tree block.
Is there? Can we do an?
No,
there?
let me move towards Scanlan.
All right, so over here.
Yep.
I'd like to do a quick investigation on him. This like. Oh yes, I rolled a. Was that 21?
What are you trying to do?
Guess how much he weighs.
If you can shift it.
A creature of this size, probably close to 2 tons.
Is that it?
How much is that?
More than 3 tons, maybe.
It's like 4,000 pounds.
5,000 pounds.
5,000 pounds.
Damn it.
Too big.
That's super big.
It's a big creature.
We got this thing.
We had
Let's
to
attack,
go
man.
chase
Let's
it
do
down.
this.
Grog, where you want?
I'm gonna just make us visible in the second. if you don't.
I'm gonna post up on my laser pointer. Is it?
Over here.
In your eye. Fuck! I didn't. He's having the worst day.
Okay.
Just headbutt a tree or something.
Tiberius is staying right there.
Keep me within 100 feet of the beast.
That's well within 100 feet right there.
And out of
so great.
well, that's Vax can move. That's fine. Is that my best like
Philip
POV like?
To see it, yeah.
For range?
Otherwise, you would be blocked.
Okay.
All right.
That's Grog's new nickname.
Actually, we can move anywhere right now, right?
What happens when you pull a Philip?
All right. Is everyone set?
Oh God, wait, no.
Who's taking first initiative on this?
I am.
All right.
Hold on. Sorry.
Next to
You
Grog.
were handing me the whole time.
Bring it. Moves around next to Grog.
They all work.
Okay, so I
hold
want
on.
to try and do a little pushy shovery at the same time.
Put me there instead.
All right. There you
Here
are.
we go. Look at us all strategize.
Yeah, that's gonna come in handy when he just kills all of
Finishes
us in
drinking.
one shot.
Starts moving.
Okay, as he gets kind of in that corner of that puddle, I'm gonna Fibonacci circle and kind of starting here, push him in a bit and wrap him up.
Okay, so you create from the earth a wall of stone that comes jutting out. That way.
Yeah, I want him to be kind of tight in the circle here, and kind of, if it can, kind of push him in towards the water.
The force of the wall of stone slams into him, and through the physical form, it's not enough to actually move the creature at its size and weight, but it does form around it and kind of hold it in place
As
currently.
soon as Vax sees that, he starts running through the grass, up the slope of the stone. Through the tall grass.
All right.
Wait, he's on the he's on the stone right now.
And as I run, I click
He's
my
currently
boots.
like surrounded by a ramp of stone.
Okay. A ramp.
Head's like start like reaching out and biting at the stone.
You're running up the stone.
Yeah, and I'm clicking one boot against the other of haste as I run up it. Start going faster, run up, and I'm gonna jump, and I'm gonna just start stabbing into that head. In the back.
get his ass.
Alrighty, go for it.
Okay, 17, shit, and 27.
Second one hits.
The final one hits?
Oh, sorry. The first one
It
was
17.
17 misses. One misses. The final one hits. Yes.
Okay. So does this count as sneak attack at this point? All right. So I roll a 9 for damage plus 8, 12, 14, 15, 17 of sneak attack damage for the first attack, and that's poison. And the poison is DC 15.
DC 15. Misses. Does not make it save.
With 11 points of poison damage to its head. That's just the first attack that hits. And then I take my keen dagger and I jab for the eye. And that is a 10 of damage.
Do it, dude.
Nice. It is considered a sneak attack because it's a surprise round.
Both attacks?
The first attack that hits is considered a sneak attack.
The first attack I gave you was sneak attack.
No, I mean the first attack that hits it.
Yeah.
You miss, and then you hit.
Oh, I thought I hit and missed and hit.
No, you missed and hit.
Missed and hit.
All right. Well, then
17,
erase the
27.
first numbers I told you then. So it's just 10 plus. It was 17, so 27.
All right. 27 damage. So you leap, run up the stonework, click the heels, rush down, and then slam, and the dagger slips into the front of his torso, the actual blade pulsing as the magical energy expels itself, the poison rocketing through its body. All of a sudden, the heads turn around and force you to have 5 heads looking right at you.
5 heads? I thought there were 3 heads.
Add 15 of poison then. Add 15 of poison.
Awesome.
Is any part of them still in the
Is he
pool?
poisoned? Or it just takes 15 additional points of damage?
That's it gets poisoned and it takes damage
There
on
we
the
go.
first, and then every round I think it takes that poison.
No, it just means it's poison, which means it just
Oh, it
has
is poison plus
disadvantage.
Yes, DC 15 plus damage on the hit.
Thank you. There's the fine carpet.
Yay!
All right.
Is whatchamacallit, is any part of the creature still in the water?
One of its feet is currently off to the side of the
Cool.
water.
I'm gonna cast invisibility.
Okay.
And then I can see it because I'm on the other side of the ramp, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna cast chain lightning right at the foot.
Chain lightning?
Yeah.
Nice.
You have chain
Hell yeah,
lightning?
dude.
On all of the heads.
Light that fucker up.
Chain lightning?
Yeah, and that's
Merry Christmas.
It's new.
Yes, it is. It's 150-foot range, and I do 10d8 damage.
Ooh!
It takes half damage on.
I know. I used it at
All
that
right.
fight that you didn't want to fight in.
Yeah. What's the DC?
It's 17.
17. All right, doesn't make it safe. It's half damage, but still. Roll 17.
Okay. Help me count these.
Okay.
This is a lot.
But all the same numbers take.
There's a bunch of 7s. Stupid 1s. There's 10. And this is great. 5 and then 8.
28.
Altogether?
No, that's 28.
Oh. And then 38. 43.
43. Awesome. So total of say 22 points of damage.
Dude.
From a save.
Yeah.
So as it's stepping into the water, it takes an additional, I'll say, additional 2d8 from being in the water.
So it took 2 more?
Yeah, I'll roll them here. Additional 9 damage to that.
Nice.
Hells yeah.
As it pulls back, the stone around it, the rogue leaps up and slams into the blade. Its heads turn around, and as it does, you turn around, vanish from sight, and then you cast it. Greater invisibility or just invisibility?
Greater.
Right, okay, good enough. Release your hands, and a torrent of blue electrical energy rockets forth from your hands, streaking out some parts, leaving arcs that hit the nearby forests, and then slamming into its body, its exposed heads. You can see the arcs now shooting through between the various necks and body as it writhes and streaks about, slamming its body into part of the stone that kind of cracks and heaves from the impact. It's still holding it in place. Well done.
Dude, that's massive.
You want to move? Is that your turn?
I'm going. What are the big lumps? Are those
These are trees. So
okay, cool.
Like anywhere walking on the trunk around it is difficult terrain.
As I do that, I'm just gonna go right behind that little tree.
Okay. All right, that ends your turn. Who else wants to do anything this round?
I want to shoot him.
All right.
I'm gonna shoot
We
him.
all get a free.
You'll get a free round and then we roll initiative.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on
Surprise
him.
round.
Yeah.
All right, so bonus action. Hunter's
Oh,
Mark.
sorry, DM.
Yes?
This is after the fact. Assassinate on any attack before the enemy's had a chance to take a turn yet. Any hit as on surprise is a crit.
Good to know. So that's 54 damage.
Whoa!
Whoa! From your initial strike.
Thank you. That's all I get. That's
Going
what I
Hydra hunt.
So I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns at 3rd level. So I'm gonna roll for that. Jesus.
Hydra.
I don't think that hits.
That is such a cool model, too.
No.
Yeah.
That's only 16. That doesn't hit. Does it?
For Hail of Thorns?
Yeah.
16 does not hit, unfortunately.
Even though he's like trapped.
So, no, it's against the armor. Like actually, like
his armor.
ricochets off the hide of the creature and disappears
I'll
off.
just-
It explodes against the tree trunk in the distance, and you see a smattering of magical thorns shoot out into one of the canopies.
Okay, then I'm gonna try just doing regular attack through the magical bow of fire. And that is 17.
Hail of Thorn is an action to cast, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've already used your bonus action to.
Then never mind, I'm not gonna do anything.
Unfortunately.
I just fucking fucked that up.
It's okay for a surprise round.
Hydra.
Do you want to do anything with your self placement or trinket wise?
Yeah, I want to climb a tree that I'm next to.
Okay. So using movement, go ahead and make, we'll say, an athletics check to climb the tree.
Huh.
So 20s to choose from.
I know, right?
Gold.
What was that, athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics.
Why?
Because there's no branches nearby, you kind of have to like
6. I'm gonna stay on the ground.
You slide back to the trunk, turn around, grab your bow, and like prepare yourself. Trinket anything?
Trinkets. Trinket's gonna stay right there.
All right, it's just gonna stand and be disappointed in you.
That's
I'll move and do lightning. Why not?
Where do I suck?
We'll just try to get as much
We all move
as
in.
possible. Just so I won't hit whoever that is.
That would probably be right there.
Great.
All right, so you unleash a lightning bolt.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and roll damage. 8d6.
8d6. These are 6?
No,
those
six.
are 8.
Does not make it safe. Roll the 5.
Nice.
Nice.
By the way, we need 7 more subs, which is ironically the same number of heads the Hydra has.
We need
seven more subs.
7 more subs than the word.
7.
Oh my god.
Holy
It will be that
9 more subs. Giant
19.
19.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah, we needed to get 500.
That was a total of 8d6.
That was 66.
8d6 for lightning. Roll 2 more.
Awesome.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah, nice.
10 more.
Yeah.
All right. 29. 29 as you turn around the corner, the energy is still crackling out from the chain lightning. You unleash your own lightning bolt. It hits it from the side, slamming into the side of one of the heads. The head actually pops from the impact. It's now down to 4 heads.
Oh! Hey! I got a head!
You got a head!
I got a head!
You're getting ahead in life.
2 of the heads are dead already?
What's my distance on there? Is this
I can do the double head actual round.
Is this Pepperbox distance or bad news distance at the moment?
Right now you can't see it because there's a tree in the way. But your pepperbox distance from here, you can try bad news, but
A little close.
Set up a place.
All right, I'm gonna start curling around the tree I'm near. I'm gonna take some movement to
here.
Fly out over the pond,
yeah,
Percival.
like fly over the pond back here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And while I'm making my little round, I'm going to take 2 shots with the pepper box before.
Okay, so as the carpet's gliding past, you're basically strafing it and
Pew pew.
No,
go ahead and fire.
You have a bear.
Yeah, she has a bear?
She has a bear.
We got a bear!
Oh my god, there's gonna be a giant trinket. That's so stupid.
Full on misfire.
That's so heavy.
Whoa.
We've got the bear.
Oh.
We've got the bear.
So
that's gonna look great next to our
on the
neon
first attack?
sign.
Yeah, I misfire. I don't care. We got a bear.
All right,
Fire,
you got a bear.
Percival.
As you strafe past, you pull your pepper box and go to fire. Wow. Suddenly, there's a dull sound, and as you look at your gun, it explodes for a second in your face. You barely manage to get your visage out of the way as the barrel itself heated up, and you have to shake it off. Yeah, your pepper box is looking a bit rough.
That's
right
fine.
now.
I'm putting it away.
Okay. That will. So keep listening to everyone's gone, but Grog.
Me?
Yes.
Can I run all the way up and try and pull a Vax like he did?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I want to try that, and I rage as I start riding.
All right, as you rush up around the corner, axe in your hand, you rush up the side of the stone ramp that she's created, and it's right in slamming distance. Go ahead.
That's right, swing away. See, swing away.
Yeah, that's good, that's good.
24.
24.
Hits.
Yes, and the second
Strike.
one.
I believe in you, Grog.
16.
You can do the thing.
Hits.
16?
No, 16 misses, and then...
That's it, just the 2.
Right.
I'm not friends.
Home run.
Ah, yes. 17.
17 points of damage as you hack once again and slamming into the side of one of the necks, causing a gout of kind of purplish blood to spray over the right side of your body. That ends the combat round. For the surprise round, the creature is now aware that you're definitely there.
Oh, sure.
Everyone roll initiative.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go. Let's use.
Ew.
All right, so 25 to 20.
22.
Use this one. Painted by initiative. Oh.
20 to 15.
19.
Not so
16.
Okay.
First good roll I've ever had.
For initiative, yes. 15
is.
to 10.
13.
Which means I'll die.
Both of you guys 13? All right.
Which means I'll probably die.
Oh, you'll be fine.
4.
12.
That's what you usually get.
You got a 4?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
You rolled
All right.
a 2?
Top of the round, Tiberius.
Cool.
Well, as you start to see the head that got blown off, 2 heads sprout out of the
Oh no!
out of the one.
Hydra.
Yeah,
Out of
no.
the wound. Out of the wound.
That's why you
On the
said
track,
7.
it now has 6 heads.
It had 5 when we started.
Yep.
That's the
and when you
Hydra,
blow off the
baby.
head, 2
They
more grow in
grow.
its place.
Hail Hydra.
How do we not
Wait,
have
but how
that happen
Hercules
here?
defeated him
Oh, wait.
is he just cut off so many that they started attacking themselves and they got tangled up.
Regardless, Tiberius, it's your turn.
I don't know if we should do that.
Regardless.
Do they stop growing?
It's still in the same position it was though, right? When we started. correct?
Yep.
The head will die.
And it did seem to heal a bit of its wound as the heads pull out of it. It has a sense of regeneration to its physical.
Oh, good. Awesome. Sweet.
And I go, oh no, you don't.
Aim for the body.
And I stick in my ring and chain lightning him again.
Chain lightning in it's a 6th level spell.
Okay, I can only no, I know. And I had one stored in my ring of sword spelling.
Your ring can only store up to 3rd level spell.
Motherfucker.
We went over this last time. It's okay.
No, that was the. I thought that was the iron stone. We all learned something today, kids.
That's okay.
Okay, I don't do that. Instead, fine. I'm going to.
It in its butthole?
No. I'm going to cast telekinesis. Once.
Don't rip its head off.
I'm going to use. And I'm instantly going to do a quicken spell and do 5 sorcerer points to cast it immediately again. To cast it on one head and another head and.
Awesome.
To try to wrap them all and choke them.
Call it the shoelace.
All right. Go ahead and roll an
Bootstrap.
an Arcana check for the first one.
Oh, that's terrible. That's what is that? 14.
14.
What is it?
14.
Okay, and for the second one.
Oh, natural 20.
Nice, buddy.
Okay, so it rolled a 17 on its second save. The first one it did not resist because it rolled a 3. So what you do is as you cast telekinesis once, use your source points to cast it again, you manage to grab, you can't get all the heads, but you can grab 2 of them, 1 focus per each telekinetic thing. You take both heads and whack, slam them 3 times into each other, and then twist the necks around to the point where both of them are biting onto their own necks after they've torn into a second. For that, they're both going to take 2d8 impact damage. That's 9 plus 5, 14 points of impact damage to each head, and then
they're grappled.
And both those heads are currently grappling each other, so they will not be able to attack this turn.
Nice.
And
Put the stank on it.
And then I go back against the tree. That is my turn.
All right. It is now the Hydra's turn. Rolled a really high initiative. The 2 heads are going to untangle themselves. That's their attack. It now only has 4 strikes this turn. 2 of which are going to be against you, and 2 of which are going to be against you.
Come on.
Who's he pointing at?
All right. So the 2 of the heads rear back, lunging out at Vax over here. It's going to be a it's a 19 plus.
Yes, hits.
It's a 29. Second one is going to be a 19.
Yes.
All right. So you take.
Oh my god.
Okay. 17 and 15.
15? 17 and 15.
17 and 15. So 32 points of piercing damage as both the heads. One slaps into the one of the heads snaps down onto your torso and lifts you up for a second as the other head grabs the side of your body. And it feels like it's about to tear you apart for a second until you manage to elbow it in the nose and manage to get free of one head to shake off the other. Grog. Other head comes at you. First one comes at a 24.
Hits.
And a natural 20 for the second.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh
All right.
Philip's a fucking douche today.
no. Oh. Shake it, Philip. Just shake it off.
14 points from the first one. You are raging, so it's halved to 7.
That's right.
The other one that is a critical, that does come to 24. So 12 points of piercing damage from that one.
That's good. That's good.
All right. That ends its turn. Vex, you're up.
Can I see its body at all, or is it?
Yeah, you can see its body. It's pretty large. Mainly just the heads are visible from the ramp is blocking kind of the lower half of it, so you can't see its legs and its main part of its torso, but you can see the necks and the heads.
I can't see its body.
Currently, no. It is blocked by her stone wall.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot towards where. Is this bad? Oh no.
Do it.
I'm gonna shoot towards where all of the heads are joined together.
Mm-hmm.
I want to shoot my.
It managed to unravel itself during its turn, but it used its attacks to do so.
You just mean down here?
Yeah, down where all these heads are connected.
The base. Okay, you can
Right here.
sort of see that area best you can. Yeah.
All about that base.
I want to shoot my
I don't like that one either.
fancy exploding arrow.
Ooh.
Okay.
The untested one?
The untested?
The untested
exploding.
The really, the one that you rolled.
The one that has a little mark behind
The one that
beside
has
it?
the
Oh, this
fancy
is so
mark.
exciting.
Alright, you pull out of your quiver the exploding arrow, which you can see it's heavily weighted in the front, so you know you have to kind of fire at a slight arc against most of your arrows that you shoot. So go ahead and roll an attack on this one.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
What'd you roll?
Not great.
Are you serious?
Not great.
A 20.
So,
A 20.
as you pull back on your bow, you go to release it, and the string ignites for a second. The arcane fire behind it, you absent-mindedly trigger, and as you do, you realize at the last minute the arrow doesn't fire. You actually kind of freak out for a second and release the bow. The arrow falls, the flame hitting the edge of it, and it explodes and detonates right in front of you. Make a reflex saving throw. Or sorry, a dexterity saving throw. Oh, Pathfinder, you squeak in every now and then.
Yeah, don't. Natural 20!
Oh! Okay. Good.
Now?
Now a warning?
Fuck you, dice gods.
So what would have been an explosively painful 38 points of damage
Holy shit.
is halved.
Well, we know it works.
So you take 19 points of fire damage.
Well,
Nice
it works.
You are knocked prone.
Yeah.
Now, if only I could have attached that to a donkey at some point.
A dunk.
Oh,
Oh, right.
19?
19, yeah.
Jesus.
That was
You're knocked flat on your ass.
That was all of Dungeons and Dragons contained in 30 seconds.
For a year, he tried to get me to design an exploding donkey. It was
I
the whole
did.
thing.
I did. It
For
worked.
like a year. It did.
That was a little unfortunate.
It was really unfortunate.
Trinket can still move and finish off the round if you like.
Yeah.
That was only one of your attacks.
Alright, can Trinket run up and fight alongside Grog?
Indeed.
Alright, he's
Trinket
gonna
runs
do
up-
that.
Runs up the ramp, claws out.
He gets 2 attacks
Two
because
attacks.
of Bestial Fury.
Yep.
Jeez.
My God.
Okay, I'm gonna roll my Trinket dice now. Don't.
Oh, never mind.
Don't kill me now. Okay. I don't even know what that is. 16.
16 does not hit.
Cool. 19.
19 does hit.
Alright. Alright.
Damage on that.
Oh boy.
Okay. 13.
13.
Does he get Hunter's Mark?
I would say yes, because it is your bear. I'll let that happen.
Yes, he does! That's another 5.
Nice. So 18 points of damage from Trinket. As Trinket runs up, one claw swings through the air, and as the head rears back, seeing this new bear that's joined the fray, reaches out and clamps onto its throat with its jaws, tearing a chunk of its flesh out.
Yeah,
Trinket!
Good job, Trinket.
Alrighty.
Shit on that one.
That brings us
Really did.
Scanlan.
I'm just gonna.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna punch it.
wasted
I'm just gonna
that.
punch it with Bigby's
I'll make
hand.
more.
I'm just gonna do Bigby's hand, and punch it. That's it. Good. Punch.
All right.
That's my move. Punch.
All right. Good. Let me pull up the spell roll first.
It's so cool.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to
It
sleep.
was cool in a different way.
It's Bigby's hand. Bigby's hand. You know it. Shamona.
It's just a shiny
So-
glove.
And the whole world is
All right,
here.
so
Wave his hand.
Go ahead and roll a d20 and add your spell attack.
Add my
That's
spell
Bigby's hand.
attack?
Yeah, it should be at the top of your
Michael
spell
Jackson
page. The,
This?
yeah.
No, spell attack.
Sparkling love.
12. 21.
21 hits. Go
Yes.
ahead and roll 4d8 points of force damage as the fist slams, clocking one of the Hydras in the face.
Ooh, those are good. 16.
Just like a half
23.
hitting a Goliath.
Nice.
Make it some better dice.
And with that, you actually punch one of the heads off the Hydra. It goes spinning off into the.
Oh no. No, we don't want to punch heads off.
Hey guys, I got rid of another head! Hey guys, I'm on a roll!
Oh no.
Who still hasn't gone? Keyleth, you haven't
I
gone?
haven't gone, and Grog hasn't gone.
Okay, I'm gonna inspire Grog with my bonus action.
All right, what are you inspiring with?
I gotta inspire. Come on, Grog. Yeah, you know what I mean. It is time to rage on this Hydra.
A half-hearted D10 to your inspiration. All right, so as it gets to finish, it's your turn.
What is that? French fries.
At this point,
Candy. But what?
you see a series of blurs coming out of nearby bushes.
Shit.
Blurs in the bushes.
Blurs from the bush.
A voice rings out saying, "Hey! What are you doing?" And you now see an armored individual come rushing out from behind this tree here. Another armored individual rushing from there. A female with a large sword rushing from this side. Another character with leather armor. And a robed female coming up from behind here. This is our mark! You're not supposed to take that from us!
Oh.
Well, maybe you should have fought him before we got here.
No! Why don't this is against the rules, you skag! At which point,
Is it law?
Oh no.
Rules.
Wait, what rules? We don't know the rules.
We tagged him first. Warcraft rules.
I don't know what that means, Your Highness.
So, this guy runs forward.
Oh, Jesus.
There, he can't quite get all the way there, so he's going to sit there. Mage moves out this way and is going to look over at you as you're kind of getting to the gun. Looks over and reaches out her hand. Go ahead and make a will or wisdom saving throw.
I'm still on the ground.
Yeah, let's kill
Is that my wisdom? Oh my God! For the love of God!
Churl.
No!
Say it! Say it!
Why so many ones tonight?
No. Hold on. Wait. No, hold on.
Yes.
I peek over and counterspell.
You do not have visual on her at all.
I don't do that.
Trees are in between, unfortunately. Damn. You, as you're on the flying carpet, you see her over the shoulder, and you go to get your gun. You're starting to pull out the bad news, and then your muscles seize, and you find yourself held in place.
Hold person. Who are these? Hold Percy.
Ass clowns.
This cleric character you see comes forward holding aloft a holy symbol, and reaches up, and suddenly you see the canopy above the Hydra begin to glow with a bright orange light before a column of fire slams down into the ground from the heavens.
On the Hydra?
On the Hydra.
Wait,
What's
what
that?
about the people that are near the Hydra?
It appears to only be affecting the Hydra.
Oh. I think there's a cleric.
What's that spell?
Okay, more sugar. Hydra takes 48 points of damage.
4-8? 4-8?
While you were gone, everything happened, by the way. Everything happened.
We were apparently taking someone's bounty.
Someone's kill.
This character runs up,
Percy's
dressed
blocks.
in leather
Rival
armor,
group.
hood,
I
cloak,
do that.
runs back, pulling two long swords from underneath the cloak and swings up to strike multiple times. You can see a hawk gliding overhead in the canopy, kind of spying the top.
He's a ranger.
He's Master Ranger.
Fucker.
Alright, does...
This is, huh?
12 points of damage. With the first strike, the second one it goes to swing and hits
And
the
it
hiding deflects
explodes
off
in
of
his
it.
face, and he's knocked prone.
Sorry. This woman, as she rushes forward, you can see the skin has a pink reddish tint. These kind of blackened, pointed horns curled to the back of the head, and she carries a giant greatsword in her hands as she runs in a blur, yelling out this angry war cry. It's ours! Runs up and swings towards one of the Hydra's heads. First one misses. Second one misses. Wow. Yeah, it's just whoosh, whoosh in her fury and anger and the frustration of currently having apparently a targeted bounty of theirs taken. She swings wildly to the air on missing both strikes. And that's going to...
No, that fails.
That's going to end their round. All right, that brings us to Grog and Percy. Percy, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
It's just wisdom modifier plus a d20.
It's whatever your wisdom saving throw is. Yeah, it should be.
Natural 20.
There we go, buddy.
Is that happening again?
Ones
That
and
happened
20s.
again.
20s tonight.
What have I done?
What is you guys? So you managed to strike the effect, but that's your turn. He's like, ugh. Let it go.
I would like to look to the woman that swung and missed and go, oh, I think you meant to do this, and I'll swing for the body of the Hydra.
Okay.
24.
24 hits.
And 20.
20 hits.
So, why didn't I use the stupid dice, but it's okay. 19.
19 damage.
And 11.
All right. Whack! You hit once again, second, almost like you're cutting on a tree. You're hitting at the same mark that you hit last turn, carving a large chunk of the throat out. You can now see the exposed bones underneath, and it's starting to like gurgle through its hissing. You bring the axe around with the inertia of the backswing and slam it into the base of another one of the necks. As it slams into it, it gets wedged in there. You have to pull it out with a giant spray of blood that actually spatters across the female tiefling, which you now see, who kind of, as it sprays across her, she licks it on the pointed teeth, and you can see she brings her sword up ready to go ahead and attack it again, but she's like glaring at you now with like a "this is mine" type expression.
Super hot. Not that maze.
Facts.
All right. So, am I still up on the elevated part of the stone?
You are, yes.
Yeah. So, the one that's occupied with Grog, I'm going to jump on it and cling my legs to the side and try to slice down as I go over the side of the wall.
Okay.
Okay. First is a 28.
Alrighty.
Let's just do that. And it's a sneak attack because it's occupied with Grog, obviously. So that is a 2 plus. This is my keen dagger. That's a 9. Plus 9, 13, 16, 19, 24. 9 plus 24 is
33.
30. Yeah. And then the second dagger, flame tongue, 9, 10, 19.
All right, that does it.
Okay, that's a regular rolled. 4 plus 6 is 10, and then swing out comes the venom dagger, which has already spit its poison, and that is a 26, which also hits, and that is a 4 plus 6 is 10. So, shink.
Say something cool while you're
down
doing
its
it.
neck.
No?
All right. So as you spin over
No,
and arc
darling.
down on the
No,
opposite
darling.
side there. Nice, well done. I forgot to roll for its,
Fire pulled that motherfucker.
It does resist the poison at the end of its turn, by the way.
Yes.
Though even with the disadvantage, it still managed to hit people last turn. All right, cool. So you flip over, arc yourself down after the series of dagger blades, carving these two long, ragged wounds down the side of its body. As you hit the opposite side where the stonework is starting to crack a little bit from the impact and the swishing about of its physical body.
Can I ask, do I have a bonus action at this point? I'm hasted. I've done 3 attacks. Is there time for bonus action? I don't know.
You have an attack.
It's the
and then a
attack.
bonus action.
Got
and
it.
the
Good.
haste.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Keyleth.
Okay. Should I try and get these fuckers off, or should I just kill the damn thing?
Attack the Hydra.
We need to talk to
Kill the thing and then
We'll
we
deal with
Okay.
them after.
I
Or not.
cast Call Lightning,
All
and I
right.
bring a lightning bolt right down on his head.
In the same space, you can see there's a burnt hole in the top of the canopy where that fire column came through. There's a slight sizzle of ozone before a giant hammering blow of lightning streaks from the heavens down into the the body. You feel a jolt of energy in your daggers, and you pull them out instinctively before it manages to make its way to your body.
Sorry.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Woohoo! That's a 9, 8, bringing us to 17.
21.
21 damage.
21 damage, nice.
Nice.
Alrighty. And that ends the round. At the top, where the secondary head you blew off was, 2 more heads sprout out. It now has 7 heads.
Hey guys, there's more heads for me to knock off.
That's the best thing ever.
We don't cut the heads and keep doing it.
You are winning.
I bet if we keep doing it, though, I mean, eventually the heads will outweigh the body, and it'll just have to fall over.
Oh, you gotta be like top heavy.
Okay.
walk on the heads like their feet.
Okay, well, that whole base is like he's like 20 feet in radius himself, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. I'm gonna. Oh, there's a lot of people going. Who are they? I put my ring out and I'm gonna do instantly quicken spell. Do 5 more SP. Will bring me down to 1 sorcerer point, and I'm gonna huck 2 fireballs right in the center.
Okay.
Of the Hydra.
Okay. All right. So I thought you do that.
But you're on to the side, not on it.
All right. So
Are you on it?
So you're drifting over here.
About to find out.
Okay.
Drifting over here, you said?
I'm not drifting on it.
Where are you going? You're just aiming at it.
Yeah.
Okay. So back to back, you use last year's sorcerer points to fire 2 fireballs. Explode. One after another. Go ahead and roll damage on both of them.
A lot of dice.
There's a lot of dice.
Awesome.
Whoa.
20. What was that? It was 29 to 31, 35, 36. That's 41.
41 for the first one?
Uh-huh.
Oh god.
Oh god.
First one?
Yeah.
Alright.
Cool.
Oh boy.
Please tell me you're not going to fill back.
That's almost like straight 6s and 5s. the last
34.
one. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
34.
awesome.
So that's 39.
39.
It's insane.
Are you adding 5 to each of those?
Yes.
I don't think you're supposed to do that for Fireball.
It's
just
any fire attack.
Oh, that's right, because you have that. Never mind.
Everything plus 5.
You do. Yes, that's right. All right. So I need a reflex save from Grog. From.
I'm going
from
to
you,
do
Vax.
Rogue's Evasion.
All right.
Instead, I'm going to use Matt Colville's die made of iron from a meteorite.
From a meteorite?
And hopefully not die.
Wait, from a meteorite?
Yes.
To be fair, the die didn't dodge the Earth, so.
What kind of roll is
What, the Hydra? Unless somebody's on them.
Saving throw 8
Why?
plus the.
Because it's only
I've
20
rolled a
radius.
17.
This is
If
a
the
20 foot
Hydra
radius.
itself is.
Yes.
So like everything in that area?
Everything in the area.
Okay. Well, that's
So-
Done. It's done. It's done.
Here we go. 17.
I rolled a 17.
That's how fireballs.
Is that a success or a failure?
Was it?
I asked
17.
before, is the Hydra itself to 20 radius? What?
What is the? What's your difficulty in your spell?
My the spell save?
Yeah.
DC. I mean, 17.
17. So that just makes it.
Just makes
for
it.
the first one, yes.
So it hits him?
For the first fireball.
First fireball, yeah. So you avoid that entirely.
Do I need to roll again? We're all going to roll again in a moment?
Yep.
Okay.
So
I'll roll
every
for the second one now.
Oh,
2
now.
exploded in a row.
That
hold on a
is
second.
less.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. This has to. Wait, I'm going to put a pause on it real quick.
You already did it!
I asked the question before I cast a spell is the Hydra itself 20-foot radius? And I got a nod.
And
so
I'm-
I figured my
but I'm-
spell.
No, the
sitting
Hydra. Okay, the Hydra itself is a the creature. Its whole radius it's a 15-foot diameter.
Diameter.
Yes.
So
A radius is from the outside of it, from the middle.
Radius is different from diameter. Okay.
Geometry kids.
Well then, it's fine. I'll shift it closer.
There's
No,
no
we already did
stuff
that.
shifting.
It's been done. It's been done.
It's done.
Lesson learned.
This is why this is interesting.
It's okay.
So I succeeded the first time. I failed the second time, which means I have whatever the damage is, which is high.
Right. So you take
Of one fireball.
take 18 points of fire damage.
Okay. Okay, that's
Grog?
okay.
Yep.
2 saves.
What am I rolling? Sorry.
You're trying to beat 17.
Oh, I rolled a 14 plus anything?
Yeah, you got inspiration, friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do!
What's your
Plus,
his what? His dex or?
It's dex.
Proficiency.
Proficiency or what?
No, it's
Dex?
whatever your dex saving throw is.
Oh, 2. So 16 plus.
so 18 for the
18.
first one.
All right,
18
so
for the
first
first
one. Okay, so you take 22 points of fire damage.
Where did all that math
Yep.
go
And
from
the
the
second
last game?
I wouldn't have shot you guys.
That's 9.
9?
9.
You can take it.
Yeah, I got it. I'm,
All right.
I'm
It's-
good.
Here's,
I healed
here's
up.
the other side of it, though. We'll get to this in just a second. So,
It's alright.
Rob,
It's still
9.
9. No, so you take 39 points of fire damage.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to hurt my friends.
I don't want to say it, but
Trinket's dead?
Trinket's right there.
Oh yeah, roll a saving throw for Trinket.
No. Remember I said leave Trinket behind?
Yeah, I know you said that, but he also
Oh.
attacked him already.
Okay.
Saving throw for Trinket.
Come on, Trinket, die. Oh my god. Okay.
Don't say it.
No, it's good. It's good.
17 for the first one.
Okay, that just makes it. So Trinket takes
Split second. It was
22
a 1.
points
It
of
was
fire
like
damage.
1.
Alright, and then second one.
Jesus
Just
Christ.
roll. You're good. You're okay.
I'm eating so much sugar, like compulsively out of nerves.
Oh my god. You have eaten a
It
lot of this.
stuck
Yeah,
in
this
there.
Bad.
Yeah, just roll again.
Oh wow,
Damn
it's
it.
not either. It was really on an
It
angle.
was really on an angle. That's unfortunate
guys.
because one of them was good. One of them sucked.
So what'd you roll?
7.
7. All right. So with the explosion, both explode out of the way. You both manage to avoid the break of the damage. Trinket falls unconscious on the ground. The smell of burnt hair. The
Green burnt hair.
Hydra looks rough. However,
Green eggs and bears.
the individuals also nearby that came in are also blasted back by the fireball.
Please send replacement bear.
Everyone but the cleric and the mage over there are hit with these double explosions. Everyone taking full damage except for him who takes half on the first one. They all of a sudden look around dazed and frustrated.
Yeah, we just set off a nuke in the middle of the thing.
The Hydra, due to the fire impact, collapses inside the stone structure.
Dead?
Dead?
Yes.
Ooh.
So, how do you want to do this?
Our kill! Our kill!
Oh my god.
With casualties. With casualties.
I don't know.
We'll take care of him. He's okay. What do you want to do?
Fine. Before the last one reaches it, I actually cast really hard Control Flame. It totally doesn't work this way, but I do it anyway.
Sure.
And I'm like, you bastard! I didn't mean to do this. And I'm gonna hammer it like I did with Flaming Sphere when we were playing in private.
I'll say through this. You send off the first fireball as it explodes and damages everyone in the radius. It blows one of the throats of the Hydra up, and part of the heads are now caught on fire.
This is much better.
As you take the second fireball, you send it off, shouting that outward. You use Control Flame at the same time the telekinesis you're still maintaining to envelop the explosion of the fireball and contain it in the center. You slam it and let it detonate as part of the impact into the torso where the heads are currently attached. You end up blowing half the heads off the Hydra in the process, the rest of its body trying to keep itself standing up. However, the explosion itself sent the stone wall around you guys broken into pieces and shards now sticking upward. The Hydra backs up and falls onto its side, impaling itself on the shattered stone wall that you had kept up as it slowly slides down on the wound. It gurgles out its last life breath, the rest of its body on fire, slowly sinking to the base of the stone wall.
That was really cool.
Who can heal a lot, really fast?
Me. Trinket!
Ike.
I get up and run over to Trinket and hold his little head.
Who's bad?
Hands.
Who's bad?
Trinket's unconscious.
What about these
I run up to Trinket and I cast Cure Wounds on Trinket.
I run to Trinket as well.
In a third level spell slot.
All right.
I keep my eyes
help
on
him.
the...
D8 plus
Help him.
1, 2, yeah.
Come here, he's gonna be fine.
All right, as you guys rush up,
Vax is rolling down the corpse of the Hydra to stand in front of these strangers.
I've rushed to Trinket's side too from where I'm at.
All right. You're right at Trinket's side.
I fly into
Okay,
the
cool.
group.
Okay, you fly into the group over here. Everyone else kind of gathers.
I get closer and just kind of do the Super Bowl shuffle in front of our new visitors. Like, yeah, that's what we did. We just killed.
Trinket heals for 21 damage.
Okay.
Trinket gets up charred, but okay.
Who else is bad?
Trinket looks over at Tiberius and kind of gives you a glare.
I do it again for
careful.
Vax.
I always forget
Ooh,
about
that's
that
better.
thing.
I rolled 2 hit
He's
dice.
behind
to
the
heal.
Hydra. I couldn't see.
Well, no, you aren't at a short rest yet, because right now, as you guys are standing there, the rest of the other party is now stepping up to you. The main human you now see in armor steps up. He has a kind of dirty blonde, short hair, a little bit of stubble on the chin, very, very well armored, and the armor itself looks like it's taken a beating. Steps up and says, "All right, I'm going to ask you a question. What the fuck are you doing?"
Language.
Killing a Hydra?
I think we're killing a Hydra. What are you doing today?
Fulfilling my contract.
Oh, by not killing the Hydra? Because that's what you just did.
Listen, we don't know what the fuck you're doing. Take the Hydra. We're not here for a bounty. We're trying to help the city.
No, we want some. Yeah, we need proof.
He looks back at the rest of the group, and the cleric kind of steps forward and touches his shoulder for a second, and the fighter kind of shrugs it off and says, "No. Skags that wander these lands, taking creatures from underneath those who are lawfully permitted to hunt these beasts and take that bounty in. That makes you breakers of the law of Vasselheim."
I'm still invisible behind
What's your name, sir?
Kind of turns over and looks towards you and takes a couple steps forward, leaping off of the broken stonework on this side. "Aldur, and I work for the Slayer's Take. Those of us that are empowered to hunt contracted, bounty-given beasts and creatures in this land. You have gone out and laid claim to a beast that you had no lawful right to.
Well, the bastion up on the wall said we could. So that's why we did it.
While all of this is going down, I'm just gonna kind of casually walk over and open my little harvesting book and start harvesting some Hydra blood.
Where's the one who's talking?
As you attempt to do that, the mage walks up and goes, I wouldn't recommend that. You can see her elven face. There is a glare of frustration and standoffishness, but is very sincere in the do not. Step closer.
I'd put your hand down. You see, I had a horrible day yesterday, and unless you wouldn't end up like Puppy Dog here, we'll all end up in a big pile of blood unless you find a way to split your take with us and maybe let us go on our way. You see, we're new in these parts, and we have a habit for killing.
Who would pay you?
What do you mean?
Where were you going to take this creature for the bounty you keep speaking of?
Which one is talking? Someone?
This is Aldor, the same human fighter.
Aldo, they told us we could just kill it and then like get the heads and then bring it in and then they would give us
We
money.
didn't think this through. Listen, let's level with you. This whole escapade was not very well thought out. We're new in town. We don't want to step on any toes. We did you a solid. We killed your thing. Let's calm it down a notch and let's just talk, shall
Why don't
we?
you just tell people you killed it, we helped, you get the money, you give us half of it, we call it even.
Otherwise, we're gonna go right now.
He laughs to himself and looks back at the rest of them and says, you have to understand, the Slayer's takes contracts are binding. Magically.
Oh.
If we don't take this creature in, after dealing the killing blow, we're at an impasse with the Slayer's take.
Why don't you, can you just like stab it right now and then maybe it's like kind of still breathing a little bit.
Can anybody heal it? And you can kill it
Just
again.
kill it again, get a little...
The cleric steps forward. This human
Well,
cleric is older,
that'd
whitish
work.
hair.
That'd work.
Steps forward, his mace at his side, armor currently kind of spattered with Hydra blood, looking a little charred, but for the most part, okay.
Okay, before this gets out of hand, perhaps if you come with us to the Slayer's Take, there could be a possibility of us still enacting this contract if we find a way to magically bind you to it. Now, mind you, I don't know how the funds would be legally distributed. However, if you talk to the leader of our order, perhaps there could be some sort of a resolution to this.
What kind of funds are we talking about here? What was the contract that you had been binded by?
They kind of look at each other and take a step back defensively and say,
We don't discuss money matters out in the open where it's so easily for bodies to be hidden.
Who is this leader of yours?
The one that you're looking for is on the other page.
So Aldor is no longer talking, right?
No, Sean Connery's talking now. I'm sorry.
The Huntmaster.
That's your leader? That's your leader?
I suddenly remember my Charlemagne.
I like it.
Are you taunting me?
Oh,
No,
sorry.
no.
No,
it's okay.
Not at all.
He's just an
Listen, we
idiot.
were about to come to blows. You and I are going to work this out. Words are mightier than the sword, right? Hey.
Don't ever do that again.
What if we return? What if we return saying that you had acquired our services in the killing of this beast?
We
Would
were
that fulfill your
subcontracted
contract?
to you. Yes, yes, yes.
The only way that would work is if you were contracted with the Slayer's Take beforehand. Which, if you were to agree to be inducted, perhaps that would alleviate the concern. We could then write you into the contract magically, share the funds even, and you would be free to accept contracts and kill creatures at your leisure.
I'm sorry. One little clarification. We get paid to kill.
We're not out here for fun.
Yeah, I'm in.
At which point, the tiefling female behind you says,
Say that yourself. I'm out here for both.
Ooh.
She kind of flicks her sword and the blood across the ground.
Like her.
Are you in the company or know of Siren?
I'll kind of look at each other and...
She's been known to do work with the Slayer's Take, yes?
Yeah, I'm definitely in.
Introduce yourselves if you don't mind.
Let's do that as we walk.
At which point the cleric says, "Take the hedge. Leave them off. We'll take them back as trophies to prove the contract is sealed." The leader, Aldor, says, "Very well. Clean your weapons. No funny business. A single moment of your eyes wandering to your blade. I don't want to have to come to blows. Let's get up this creature."
What will you do to us? What you did to the Hydra? Oh no, not kill us.
I really don't like
Few people do. Few people do.
You don't have to worry about that. We were out here helping the city for the sake of good, not earning a paycheck, so...
That's sweet.
I mean, I was going to ask
very
for a
sweet.
paycheck immediately after we got back to the city, but you know.
That's how you roll.
It's a very, very lucrative trade, monster hunting in these woods. But you have to make sure that you're certified. Otherwise, you're taking money and food out of the mouths of us and our families.
Certification is key.
Come on. Gather up the creature's bits. Now I'll go to start carving into the body of the Hydra.
Ooh, can we help?
Cut through.
Now
Can
I
I take some
start
Hydra
doing my
teeth?
thing.
I've got the naughty bits.
Do I need to roll for this?
You don't have to, actually. The group are very,
Cut
very
them off
well
with
trained.
4 more,
in this
take the
process.
place.
And as you go to try to, the tiefling kind of puts his hand out and says,
Yes, thank you. Beat me to it.
and starts tearing pieces out.
Can we have? Can
There's
I
a
have
dominant kind of a standoff here.
Can I have a scale? Just one more scale. Scale.
I want some stuff.
It's all right. We'll get it. We'll figure it
There
out when we
seems
get
to be
there.
a general feel here that you've already broken the law enough. If you really want to fight for it, you can. But
let's quit while we're at it.
Yeah, let's deal with the naughty bits later.
Takes about half an hour or so to reeve the bits and pieces. Then again, making your way back after you could push the remainder of the body into the pool itself, kind of letting it slowly sink to the bottom. Well, you all make your way back the path you came, in kind of an awkward, quiet march.
Oh, you guys set that bait out. You guys killed that ape, didn't you? Did you set a trap?
Alder kind of gives you the.
Oh.
No, we aren't the only trackers.
Look
in
at
this town.
you.
Clever.
So clever.
Clever girl.
Eventually, you make your way back to town. Skirt around the outer wall to one of the 3 main gates. This one right on the outskirts of the braving.
Grounds?
Too many creatures taking braving grounds. It's a big city. The gates open. You're all let in. First question to the side of you guys, but Aldo raises his hand and says, "No, they're with us. It's fine." You all walk in. Leads you to the outskirts of the braving grounds into a new area of the town you have yet to travel to.
Ugh.
At which point he introduces, "Welcome to the Quad Roads. This is where the Slayer's Take takes its place. This is also where the Arathis' crown lies. You best be paying homage to the deity of civilization while here." He pulls out a small gem around his neck with a small holy symbol on it, kisses it, puts it back in his shirt. And you guys continue walking into what is now, you see now these large roads that streak across. And you've seen them join with the other sections. This is the most central of all the various districts of the city of Vasselheim. There is a very large trade bazaar structured not that far out of the main gate that leads to the center of this district. You can see Barker shouting out left and right to you various phrases dealing with food and various crops and creature fresh meat out of the abundance. Take us from the abundance. And people yelling out for general goods, packs, leathers, large carts being wheeled past you, until eventually you make your way to what looks like a very old Darkwood Lodge, about 3 stories high, decorated with dozens of tusks, claws, and other trophies that look as old as the building itself. The carved wooden sign stands bolted to the top of the porch that says Slayer's Take Guild Hall in the common tongue. Approaching the door, Still that awkward quiet keeping over the group. There is an engraving into the doorway. It's pushed into the wood that reads, "Here is where the hunters gather. Keen eyes and blades at ready. We cease the unknown's cackling laughter. Our will is strong, our numbers plenty. We stand against the tide of darkness. We do the deeds few men can handle. Reap forth the trophy from the carcass. We are your strength, we are your candle." Aldor does a knock on the door. The door opens. Eye looks through, and the door swiftly opens as another individual is dressed in kind of a makeshift leather and hide armor, steps aside. You're all in carrying the large Hydra heads through that have still been gathering looks from the individuals watching you charge through the street. To the center of the room, you see what looks to be amongst the kind of loose cast iron candelabras that are affixed to the rafters with small candles can flicker for the interior light. You see a long desk where a halfling male of muscular build sits eagerly rubbing his hands together. His harsh features and light scars dotting his face and hands, his red hair showing tinges of gray. His shifting smile belies a youthful vigor as you approach with the trophies.
Aldor! Welcome back. How goes that bleeding mess-headed beast I see you seem to have dropped it before you?
Aldor takes the first head that he's carrying and chucks it to the ground as it rolls across with two large thuds, the rest of the congealed liquid kind of seeping into the wood.
Well, that's true, but we bring a bit of an obstruction in the way.
Answers to the rest of you.
Obstruction, you say? Okay. Well, this is a curious phrase. Please explain to me what has occurred in your outing on this contract.
Aldor kind of scratches the side of his face.
Well, it seems that we have a couple of, by couple I mean a group of skags.
Not intentional. Skags.
Not intentional skags out in the forest, intending to hunt and managed to deal the killing blow to our mark.
Actually, I did that.
This one did it.
Yes.
He wipes some of the soot off his face, amongst other issues.
Sorry, my aim was off.
We've come from Iman. We're not exactly familiar with the customs and traditions of your city. We were merely trying to help. My friend may have slaughtered the Hydra, unintentionally, of course. We're hoping to somehow fit in to your society. Not sure how that works. Maybe you can help.
The halfling kind of walks from behind his desk with his hands behind his back.
You come from Iman, you're not familiar with Vasselheim, yet the first thing you do upon arriving is leap out into the Vesper Tinderland, fighting a freaking Hydra.
It was attacking the wall. We were protecting
A
you.
Hydra attacking your city. We were merely following our conscience.
No, this is okay. I like the balls you all have. This is ridiculous what you've done.
I have enormous balls.
Yeah, we both do.
See? They're massive.
I cast fireball.
Kind of steps away from the comic.
Lady, I appreciate your brassness, but I would hope that you also act like a lady.
Oh.
No.
That's a high standard.
No.
Careful where you're walking, little man.
All I say is, I appreciate. Yes, your bear is quite fearsome.
He's got giant balls as well.
And he kind of reaches past him, looks at the wall, and you can see there are two dire bear heads affixed to the wall of various Asian degrees.
Don't look, Shrinkin. Don't look.
Well, I can say that you may have breached the contract here. There may be ways of perhaps rectifying this, should you take the pledge. The pledge itself is a process, one that I myself cannot specifically judge upon. This would have to go to my boss, the headmaster, my wife.
I feel you.
Respect.
I will see if she is available.
One moment. And the halfling kind of patters off down the hallway.
That is fucking awesome.
That would be amazing.
Came back a few moments later.
She would like to see the skags now.
What is skags? Can you just call us people,
Sounds
please?
so terrible.
We have a name. Vox Machina.
Machina.
Yeah.
Perhaps you've heard of us.
Remember
I
it.
have heard of it not before.
We need to make patches. We should make
I will call you this upon you making the pledge. Until then, you are a group of forest walking skags.
All right.
Come with me.
follow him into the back hallway. Down past a series of doors, some kind of half open and ajar. You can see that there appear to be bunks or rooms for rest. There are some shields and various old weapons set up as decor against the wooden hallways. Down to a large, heavy door that looks like it's actually like red leather stretched across it, nailed across all parts of the doorway with a branded symbol in the center. The same symbol that you saw adorning the almost like a relief behind the Slayer's Take Lodge entranceway sign. As the door opens, the halfling pushing it aside, "Please, enter. She would like to talk to you." As you guys all step inside, the interior, a soft glowing magical torch lights the room from the ceiling. The entire room is like a large office or study. There are books and meticulously kept scrolls. At a glance, you can see break down various creature types that talk about indigenous bestial creatures. Some talk about the anatomy of mythical and mystical beasts. This is a research facility for the hunting of any such creature that would find its way near or in the vicinity of Vasselheim. There, waiting for you, not at her desk, but leaning against it, with her hands also at her back, similar to her husband, you see before you, in very finely crafted, dark brown and black studded leather armor, a small shoulder cloak fixed and tossed over one shoulder, a tousled short brown hair, deep purple skin, the second tiefling you've seen today. This woman stands with bright white eyes, no pupil. Her tongue kind of flickers out of her mouth like a snake for a moment as you enter. And she looks about the rest of the party. "Please, it would be my pleasure to talk to you for a moment about what you have done this day." "Thank you, husband." Door slams shut behind.
You two make an adorable couple.
Yeah, he's a peach.
He's indeed a...
Yeah, good find.
Well, welcome, Skags. You seem to not be liking this title. Skags is an affectionate term we use for those who break our rules and would go to prison, perhaps beneath the amaranthine oubliette.
Well, as long as it's affectionate.
We understand we've broken the letter of your law, but perhaps not the spirit of your law, which is maybe more important.
Which is why you are here and not currently being taken before the Hall of Judgment.
We're very grateful.
Lovely.
No. My husband said you have interfered with a contract that has already been enacted.
We didn't know we were interfering with it at the time. We thought we were just doing good, and we're here to make right by that.
We're tourists,
whatever
basically.
we need to do.
Which is also why you are not the Hall of Justice. You also said you show interest in joining our ranks to avoid this prosecution, which I think is a very smart move. And she walks behind her desk and sits down. Should you be cut out for our work, that is. You have proven to have slain this Hydra with the accompaniment of one of our roving bands of monster hunters.
They didn't do much, but yes.
We're quite capable fighters. Grog here almost won in his fight the other night.
Sorry, Grog.
Good job, Philip.
You're the one that nearly felled the hammer, eh?
I am.
So you have heard of us?
Oh, show her the lip.
I've heard of this one.
Show her the lip.
I kept a keepsake.
A fine trophy. Do not show him you still have that. I do not think it would go over too well.
Then you should make a necklace out of it.
Now, most applicants for our humble family make it maybe a month or two before the Vesper Timberlands take them. Those that remain, well, they prove worthy of our business contracts. You are all on trial by deed, under my claim and authority. Should you agree and fulfill my requested deed, you will be absolved of your infractions against the Slayer's Take and be given membership to our age-old tradition. With membership comes with access to our lodge, food, room and board, and training facilities. Simple arms can also be provided. Those that bear our insignia may also get discounted supplies with most of Vasselheim's merchandise.
Well.
Most importantly, though, you will then have access to our bounty contracts. To specify, we don't just hunt beasts and creatures. A large part of what we do is harvest from our marks requested components. Blood, eyes, teeth, organs. We receive orders from all across Exandria, from as far as even the city Imana, which you apparently hail from.
We have a keep there.
How nice for you.
Yeah. Vox Machina.
Grace call.
Perhaps.
I will make a note of it. And she reaches over, grabs a quill, and not even look at the paper, just scribbles.
We're friends with the Emperor. Thank you.
Nice. Well, perhaps this Emperor and many of these scholars or seers, mages you've encountered, have ordered from us specifically required components. For you see, the most powerful of magics and divinations require a focus or sacrifice of some kind. Many of these require pieces of these creatures. So many contracts are from very high-paying clients that have better things to do with their time than wander skulking about the forest seeking such things as a Hydra. There's a lot of money to be gained, should you be up for it. I would ask you to take a contract, complete it, and return. That is all. You would have 3 days to do so. Do you accept?
What's involved in signing or binding this contract?
There is a small ritual that binds you to the contract. Within this time, it must be completed. Should you fail, the contract is absolved, and your membership is revoked.
Oh, it's a trial just to sign the contract, just to bind the contract.
Trial.
Your trial is to take a contract, and you have 3 days to complete it.
Oh, easy.
Is there a payout on this contract?
Oh yes, you will still receive the money for it, and with membership, what I've been told by my husband, possibly even share in the bounty from this Hydra you helped slay earlier this day.
That's good, because otherwise, they don't get any credit, right? Because it was like magically.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It was also part of the 3-day excursion for
We've
the contract.
taken out
3 days before it is not involved.
We've taken out a beholder and a handful of Illithid. We're not really worried about your contract. Give us your contract, we'll sign it.
She kind of chuckles under her breath.
Mm-hmm.
It is good to know. She
there-
says disbelievingly.
There's an insignia that we get. Is it given to us on some sort of jacket for members only?
She
Could it be?
She reaches to part of her shoulder pauldron and lifts it up, and you can see there's a brand in the side of her arm.
Ooh.
Oh.
That. My body's a temple. I don't like that.
Then perhaps you would like the judgment.
The judgment? No. Do I have to get branded?
It does not hurt much.
I'm really wimpy.
Gnomes.
Oh shit!
3 days. Do you accept?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sure, we
Yeah.
accept.
We're totally tough.
Could you do mine in henna?
I will take that as an acceptance on your part as well.
Thank you.
Farewell.
Yes, I'm with my group.
Good. Now, I trust you work well as a team, but I'm curious how well you work with others. As this is a test, I will be dividing your band between two contracts.
Excuse me?
2 teams.
Do we get to pick the teams?
You. No. Giant.
Goliath.
Ranger. Tinkerer.
Oh.
You will form the first team.
What?
That is bullshit.
That's what I would have chosen anyway.
You will be taking your contract with a couple of other hopeful possible members as well. 3 days to fulfill.
Generally don't play nice
Now,
with
Cutthroat,
others.
Dragonborn, Vine Speaker. You will form the other team.
Fine, does my bag get to come with me?
Your bear is.
I like that.
Get a tattoo.
I shall now look over our standing contracts to decide your test for tomorrow. Go. Return in the morning fed, armed, and ready to set out. And hopefully get affiliated with your journeyman members. Now, be gone. I have business to do.
Wait, no, we work as a pair. Maybe you don't know that about us. We kind of...
Then this should prove a very interesting test.
You don't understand, we haven't been apart in about...
ever.
Yes,
Life is
exactly.
hard here in Vasselheim. Deal with disappointment.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was your name again?
What's your name?
I am known as the Huntmaster around these parts. But should you wish to name it as full, Huntmaster Vanessa Sindrial.
Thank you. Vanessa Shitmaster.
Don't. I grab him and I start walking out of the room.
Vanessa.
Go
Vanessa,
fuck yourself.
Sindrial.
Syndrial.
Syndrial.
Cyndrial.
I'm
Oh, that's
not
not what
spell
at
it
all
like
how I
that at all.
In the morning, fed, armed and ready. Knocks the desk twice.
Unhappy.
Husband closes the door behind you. You take a deep breath and realize this will be a very interesting challenge.
Husband? Do you have a name other than husband?
They call me Martin, yes.
Merton?
Martin Sindrial, yes.
Martin
Sindrial. Well, this should be interesting. We'll set off on our journey right away then.
When do we get our brand?
I suppose
After
in
we
4
complete
days.
the task.
Oh.
Taps his nose and points.
You go catch on quick. This bodes very well for you possibly joining.
Have a good 3 days.
Can we stay in the hall, the guild hall, while we're waiting?
You're not members. So no. But once brand is achieved, as much as you like.
All right, Grog. Let's go.
Question, husband. Is there a way to change those little pairings that she made and perhaps get my brother down? Same team.
Trust me, there's no way to change my wife's mind. I've tried. And he walks off. And we'll conclude the session for the evening there.
Eat a bag of dicks.
Wow.
Did you just say eat a bag of dicks?
So, as a fun surprise for you guys, the next couple weeks, the party's going to be divided. We have 2 weeks. The next 2 weeks will be the first team. That will be, you'll be gone for next session, but we'll work that out. But there will be Vex, Grog, Scanlan, and Percy. You will be playing alongside 2 guest players for the next 2 weeks.
Are we announcing who they are?
I think we should, so people can get excited for it.
Who is it?
Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. An amazing voice actress and voice director. You may look at her stuff, but she's excited. It's her first time playing D&D too, and she's been watching the show for a while. So excited to have her on board.
Yes, Mary.
Our second guest being our lauded and loved Felicia Day.
Who? I haven't heard of her.
Felicia Day. She's an actress.
She's an actress?
She created
Okay.
Little Geek
I'll
and Sundry
IMDb her. I'll IMDb.
I saw her in a showcase. She's really.
She does some web stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I hear she's got a book
So
that's pretty stellar.
Yeah. So Mary Elizabeth McGlynn and Felicia Day will be playing with the first team over the next couple weeks.
Oh my God.
That's amazing. Can't wait to watch
The following 2 weeks, the other team, which will be Keyleth, Tiberius, and Vax, will be journeying alongside 2 other hopefuls, known as Will Wheaton.
Nice.
And Will Friedel.
Oh shit!
Awesome.
Who also hasn't
Double
played D&D
Wills.
before. So two Will week. Will Friedel, you may know as Terry McGinnis in the Batman Beyond, as well as the Lion-O to My Tiger in the Thundercats cartoon, and currently Star-Lord in the Guardians of the Galaxy
Nice.
cartoon.
And Bumblebee.
And Bumblebee
Bumblebee
and
and
Transformers.
Kind of everything.
And you probably watched him in Boy Meets World many moons ago.
Where
So,
there's a will, there's a way.
should be a lot of fun, guys. Should be a lot
There's
of
a
fun.
wills.
There are a lot of wills. All right, so let's try and get this through. We have a lot of stuff to do before
Yeah,
we
there's
finish
a lot of
tonight.
stuff to do.
We have donations. We have a lot of donations tonight, and because we have a lot of gifts and we want to sleep, I can't read all the messages. We'll just go through names and donations and thank yous, and if anything jumps out at me, I'll say it. But thank you guys are amazing.
As you may have noticed, I'm not Zach. I mean, that's probably the first thing.
That's crazy.
It's kind of weird.
He's
right?
preparing his penguin costume.
He rage quit, actually. He saw the numbers slowly getting closer to 5,000. He's like, well, I'm done. And he just walked out. So I'm taking over. I'm pretending to know what I'm doing. And with that being said, we are going to be starting from here. We are reading donations above $25. We have also 2 winners.
2 winners.
For the every 50 subs things. You guys are familiar with that. The first one is the Tiger.
The Tiger! Congratulations, the Tiger.
Torrigan Drake.
Torrigan Drake and our 5K win for tonight.
Yeah,
Congratulations, guys. You get the signed player's handbook, the signed picture, and some fancy nail wraps from Espionage Cosmetics.
Yes, the best part.
We have an
They make you
8-foot
manly.
trinket bear coming. You guys are ridiculous.
I'm so glad he didn't die tonight, Tiberius.
Do you know how
idea.
much space your guys' stuff takes up? Like,
Maybe.
it takes up
Lots of it.
1/3 of our storage. All the gifts that you guys send for all of these guys
Oh my God.
takes up 1/3 of the storage. The bear will take up another third of that.
That means another third.
No, the bear will just live there in the corner.
We're breaking
No, I want him to be right. I want him right behind me when I play.
I have no idea where we're putting it.
We'll figure it out.
So
I will figure it out because
It'll be like a
that's
cuddly version of the Iron Throne for you. You'll just sit in a bear.
Right.
All right, so donation.
Let's begin.
I hope it's sturdy enough where you can actually.
Here, and then we'll work our way up.
All right, we have Poltergeist 123 donated $50. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Das Blackman donated $20. Thank you so much, Das. That's amazing.
Das Blackman.
Yeah.
Black Cat 216 donated $50. That's fantastic.
Yes.
That's amazing. Descend from Grace donated $25 to 826LA. Thank you. Kalina ZXCXC, I'm sorry for butchering that. $30. Hail Tiamat. Good on you.
That was an accurate enunciation of the name.
Was it? Kalina 666? I think so. It's like the Zix brace and rips, those of you know.
It's stuttering with Z's.
Yes. I know that. All right, we have Joecker 396 donated $55.55. I like the numeral alliteration. Ryu Tabik donated $25. That's awesome. That's awesome. Whoa. Oh, this is a picture on the field. I saw it.
Donated negative.
Mr. McFeely 77 donated $200 to 866.
Wow.
Whoa.
McFeely.
I'm gonna read that. Thank you guys are definitely a force for good in this world, making D&D cool. Yeah.
Thanks, McFeely.
Cool. Again, with a cast of amazing, talented, humble people, with the power of friendship. Thank you so much for being willing to share this.
I don't know. Sam's not that humble, really.
Friendship is magic.
All right, and the next donation. That's amazing, Mr. McFeely 77. Thank you so much. All right, Damien Opiro donated $25. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Damien.
Black Pharaoh donated $30 to 826. That's amazing.
Thank you,
so much.
Black Pharaoh.
Big Tom Action donated $50.
I like that.
That's fantastic.
Big Tom.
And Baked Chef 420.
I don't get it.
We like your name.
I think I have a few fans in this group. Donated $30. Thank you so much, guys.
Like cupcakes or
like lots.
Zas and Mansour donated $25.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Mans.
Glitchy donated $100 to 826.
Glitchy!
Oh, there. Glitchy writes, just watched all episodes of Critical Role for the first time. I feel proud to say I can finally watch my first Critical Role stream. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
You guys are amazingly fun people, and the time you give every week inspires and entertains so many people. Thank you. Thank you, Glitchy. That's amazing. Alrighty. And Weekly Factoids. I keep reading Weekly. Weekly Factoids. Hello again. Donated $43.21.
Wow.
Sending numbers. Thank you so much. Baramoon 2002 donated $75. Thank you so much, Baramoon.
Thank you.
Going to a great cause. You guys are an inspiration to me. Inspiration to me, and so
Iron Man 3.
many more. May your dice be blessed.
Yes. Oh my God.
But anyone but Will Wheaton. Love you guys. P.S. Grog needs to use more headbutts. Yeah.
Done and done.
You did a bunch.
Can't believe you guys got that. That's so ridiculous. Oh man, that bear's gonna get some love. All right, Paj 84 donated $50. Thank you so much, Paj.
Wow.
Malhidel donated $20. Thank you again. Good to see you, buddy. And Negi Hama donated $25.
He's the one who bought the bear.
Oh
Who's buying the
snap!
bear.
Oh snap! Negi Hama.
Nikki Hama
is buying the bear to give her an actual trinket she could
I'm
ride.
going to hug it so hard.
You can actually ride. You could ride.
Oh my
trinket
God, we can fly on Trinket.
I really, really could.
You
And
are.
I probably will.
You
Yes.
are mad.
Amazing.
Mad
You're a
as a
mad
hatter.
man.
That's crazy.
All right, Sean Gilmore. I know that name. $82.60. All right, Scanlon, your potion night. This is from Gilmore. Gilmore donated to you guys.
Gilmore did?
I'm just in the voice for you because it was $82. $82.60. 826. As Gilmore would be. Scanlon, your potion I created is selling like purple dandy honey. I know you'd never accept such a tiny dividend, so I'm donating this sum to local literary volunteers. Iman's youth will be customers one day, and these scrolls won't read themselves.
Oh, Gilmore.
Of course,
You
happy to give. By the way, if there's any blockage, let me know. We're still working.
No, it's been very regular.
Please take a little heat off, will you? Thanks.
Great Irish Ninja donated $25. Thank you. Oh, that is amazing. He's also a great Irish ninja. Floridian in Fukuoka donated $20. That's awesome. That's a fellow Floridian. I'm glad you escaped.
Is he a Floridian in Japan?
Hoffman's donated $5. Gaia, California? Gaiaka donated $25. Thank you so much. We have Genie2343 donated $50. Little Mouse Jumps donated $40. Both of you guys, thank you so much. Hi62 donated $30. And Zombilly92 donated $50. Both of you guys are amazing.
Wow.
Elite Gamer Mario donated $20 to 826LA. This is Boner Town returns with $25.
Boner Town!
Mario rocking it out. Gladwinner donated $25. Thank you so much. TARDIS Wolf donated $20 to 826. Thank you. And Foxy Forsyth donated $27.38. That's amazing, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to read all these messages afterward. I can't read them all out loud because we'll be here till midnight. But thank you all so much for those who donated to 826. It's amazing. And
this is the last page.
Oh, we weren't. Oh, we have more.
We weren't done.
Okay, we got more to go. You guys
I'm
are
so
ridiculous.
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right, Muffle Waffle donated $50. That's amazing. Right. That's. I'm not gonna comment. Buckshot, $30. That's awesome, Buckshot. Thank you.
Buckshot.
JPC Guy, 89, donated $20. Thank you so much. Zasriel donated $30, which is awesome. And Klutzy Jedi donated $25.
Nice.
It's a. Be careful the hands. Scooby Dooby donated $150. Thank you. Thank you to your show. I have found. Thanks to your show, I have found a creative outlet I have been missing for 30 years. You have all inspired me to inspire others with stories I never would have shared before this show. Thank you for being you at Critical. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Scooby Dooby. Valiant Heart donated $30 to 826LA. Amazing. Argent Bear donated $35. Also amazing. Useless Row, what's up, man? $25 donation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Chetor donated $150 to 826LA.
Wow,
You guys have been given all this. You guys are amazing. This will be the first and only time I can watch you guys live due to 4 a.m. start time and me being narcoleptic. So I thought I might as well make it count. Thank you all for giving me back my imagination. Thank you for being amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chetor. That's amazing.
We're still not done being blown away by all this.
Shaunicus, 13 donated $20. Sean 98597 donated $50 for the Grog's Beard Support Fund. Which don't forget you get to roll when you guys wake up the next morning.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Shave, not
Actually,
showing.
I'm pretty sure you level after this too.
You did have a big fight.
We had a few people
None of
level
us-
for this session, by the way, to 11, and a couple stragglers behind will be catching up real soon. So, Kinder donated $10, and BT McLean donated $25. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. I have no words. I have no words. You guys are ridiculous.
You just said a lot. That's good.
That's a lot. I say a lot. And we got gifts to open.
We have plenty of gifts to
Oh
open.
man!
Goodness gracious.
I also wanted to make sure I say this, but the two winners that we had for the 4.5K and the 5,000, you guys are also getting the players' handbooks with the signed players' handbook with the signed photo. It's great stuff. I've been shipping those out all week. For those of you that are still waiting for yours, I am sorry. I have more books that need to be signed tonight. Everyone, I have more books that need to be signed tonight.
No worries. We got
And
this.
oh yeah. Other than that, I'm gonna go get gifts because again, I'm being me and Zach smart. So
Yeah.
I will go do that.
Go get gifts.
Ryan, get the gifts.
There's a few things here. A few things we have to open anyway.
Matthew,
We have things right here.
while we wait, I would like to roll a 20 to see if I can successfully use the keen dagger to just cut a little bit of trinkets butt hair off. In case I want to glue it on Grog's face at a later
What?
date.
You're not going to
You're
be
gonna
with
have
me.
to roll a serious stealth check to get past.
Yeah.
Get one more.
That's your sister here.
Alright.
Shit the bed.
No, I should
No,
have
he shit
I
it
should
hard.
have bet. It's a
As you
5.
see the dagger
Like,
come
you
out,
should have
you
been like
begin
Stanley.
walking towards trinkets. You. Give him the look that only a twin sister can give her twin brother. Alright, we have a few things here we didn't get a chance to open last time.
I would note you
We
mean
have I have a note that we read from someone which is for our side, our ears only, that was amazing. Thank you. From Megan Levon.
Oh!
Wow.
We love her. Friend of the show. Friend of the show.
We have hers is.
No, it's better than
Oh man.
It's a fun story.
Oh no, we did read Megan's last time.
Say any
We
words.
have. Hello, Megan. Thank you for coming.
Hi, Megan.
There you go. Yeah, oh, there you go.
I think it's better than you don't know.
Megan.
No.
She.
Not
Wow. She gave a happy late birthday to Marisha.
Aww.
Happy late birthday to Laura.
Oh, thanks, Megan.
yay!
Happy birthday to me! Happy very late birthday to Taliesin.
Very late.
Right in the chicken. Oh.
I got chicken.
Technically, Laura and I have the same
my name right.
birthday, so if Laura gets a card,
Oh, that's so cute.
I get a card.
Thank you for this. It's so sweet.
Oh, she gave us a little pressed flower.
Little pressed flower.
Thank you, Critical Role, and she made this awesome.
Oh, pressed flower.
and
Oh,
face.
Megan.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Megan. Thank you.
And then
Thank you so much, Anime Dreamer.
she made a long, awesome note that we're going to read right after the episode because we got to get through a lot of stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. But we do have
Thank you, Megan.
also
Thank you,
I've got a
Megan.
little thing.
awesome drawing of Tiberius.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Is that for Megan?
It says for Megan.
Thank you.
A Batgirl portrait, Stephanie Brown.
That girl.
That's
Rocking it old school.
The right Batgirl too.
Yeah.
DM and a
Stephanie
rhyme
Brown
from Megan.
Nice.
Thank you.
Oh, it's sparkly too. Look at
Yeah,
that.
it's sparkly.
Laura.
Yeah, it's awesome.
The two of these. You have two.
Yes.
Oh, that's
There's two of them.
Oh, there's Travis drinking away.
Yes.
It's pretty awesome. That's Travis. To Sam. Sam is fancy coat.
Charming.
Fancy
Charming.
With your
Sam.
eyeliner from the intro.
Love it.
To
Guy
Ashley, we'll get this to Ashley.
Oh.
And then we have to Marisha. Oh my god. I gotta hurry up.
Holy shite.
Oh my
Okay, to
gosh.
Marisha.
Oh my
Awesome
gosh.
Marisha portrait.
We have to pie each other in the face out.
Allison.
I know we still
Oh
have to
my
pie
God.
each other in the face.
Thank you. And to
Yeah.
Orion.
Awesome.
You encourage violence.
Oh, another one.
Very nice.
And to me. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
It's critness everywhere.
Alrighty. So we got that.
Jeebus.
Oh man.
I'm very excited.
To Vox Machina.
Oh my god.
Trying to remember which ones of these we've read out loud. I don't think we read any of these out loud next time. But if you're repeating any, I'm sorry. It's been a lot. Critical Role, Vox Machina, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for letting us into this world you've created. Thank you for encouraging us to follow suit and create our own worlds. Thank you for making me happy again. From Aaron. Tuck Roll. Oh, Tuck Roll. And,
Oh, yay.
yeah, did you have to add to your the backstory
Yes,
letters?
I got the other one.
Don't know if we consider them mechanics. I have plans, but they're really awesome.
Left and right.
Critical Role
They're
cast.
so awesome.
Was this in the bin? Or was this stuff left over? Oh, maybe like.
No way I'm gonna.
Oh wait, this is, we've already got that one.
Yes.
Getting to that point, it's a little faster. This is from.
I don't think it's as big as
Well, dear Critical Role crew, I wanted to tell you, I can read it, tell you all how amazing and wonderful you are, but you're probably tired of hearing that.
Well,
Not for some of these guys.
Never.
Never.
Too bad. You guys always make my week. It is worth staying up until 1 or 2 a.m. to watch you crazy antics, and I want you all to know how much we critters appreciate your own enthusiasm. Much love for Vox Machina, XOXO, Rachel, aka Real Life Rosie. Yes,
Oh.
Laura, I was going to make him bigger, but I thought he could sit at the table with you at this size, so I guess Maroon's made the there.
Oh yeah.
You finally found the letter for it. We have that one, the One Dwarf Too Many, which we've all read.
Yes,
Yep.
we read that came. We opened some of these last week, I think.
One dwarf too many.
Oh yeah. We opened these ones already.
Have another carpet.
Another carpet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, then
Awesome.
I think we've already.
Hey, Critical Role crew, as the Djinns are wont to do, other than creating storms and slamming helpless champions to the ground, your wish is my command. Here is hopefully a very fancy crochet magic carpet. Hopefully Mercer's desire to have a crochet carpet is complete. It is a 2x3 carpet with some little tufts at the end, which are not in the 2x3 because they should hang over a smiley face. Thanks for such a great idea. I'm going to be making one for myself as I have one for my own human sorcerer and pathfinder. Awesome.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
More fun. You are also fun to watch. Iris Storm / Nedos of Aphrodite on Twitter. I'm probably butchering that. I'm sorry, but thank you. That's amazing.
Thank you.
The layered carpet continues. Oh, that's rad.
I look good up there.
Writing an Aphrodite carpet.
On Aphrodite's carpet. Not a metaphor.
Alrighty. So we have that, and then we have one letter here that hasn't been opened.
Go,
Whew.
go.
All right, guys, we got
We
this.
love
we
you
got
guys.
this.
Good lord.
To Vex / or cross out Vax / out Vox Machina. Oh, that's small print.
Vex, Fox.
We'll get to it. Matthew McDonald, thank you so much for the letter. We're going to go ahead and read this
Michael McDonald.
afterward. Matthew McDonald. We're going to read this.
Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
No, we don't have you guys.
Norm McDonald.
Norm McDonald.
Thank you so much, Matthew. We're going to read this shortly.
Yeah.
Want to pass it around?
Norm McDonald.
Oh!
There we go.
Rogue failed his deck save. All right, now we're moving on.
Yes.
The next bit of chaos
We'll
here.
read afterwards, so
Excellent. I didn't know Norm Macdonald was.
Okay.
Yeah, Norm Macdonald.
Okay. All right, so we got Dear Critical Role and Geek and Sundry team. I've enclosed a little gift for everyone and some extras if I forgot someone. I'm very forgetful. I hope that you can read my writing, but if you can't, it's basically just thanking you all for being so amazing. I hope you get a lot of gifts. And I'm not the first to get this type, but we always get something similar for Pathfinder conventions I go to, and I always love getting them. Chessex was a huge help, and if you're ever looking to get something like these done again, I recommend them. My friend Maya made the logo I used, and I can send an image and vector file on it if you like. Oh, thank you.
What?
That's amazing. I've enjoyed being part of the community so much, and this is just a small something to try and give something back to you all of you. I hope you like them. Feel free to trade with others for the colors you prefer. As always, play more games, and let's play this fucker.
Yeah,
From
play more
Jolene.
games.
Dear Cat Joel.
Thanks,
Dear
Jolene.
Cat Joel is how it said. I pronounced it right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jolene.
Oh.
Ashley, we're gonna get Ashley.
Never enough dice, and they say
critical role.
Critical roll.
Oh my gosh!
What
You
is
said
critical?
critical roll on
Critical
that.
roll is the 6. What?
Is the 6?
If you roll a critical roll, it's a 6.
Oh my gosh! That's
Whoa!
the best.
Whoa!
Holy cow!
That's awesome, Kurn.
Oh my gosh! Oh, we needed more D6s!
Oh wow!
Oh, these are so cool!
Wait, what? They have a critical roll?
They say critical roll on the 6s of the dice.
These are so awesome.
This
is so cool.
That's incredible. Thank you so much.
You're so pretty!
Oh wow.
I can't even.
Oh yeah.
Last time. I just rolled all 6s.
It is. This is a special bed.
Thank you
These
so
are
much.
so cool!
What colors did you get?
All right.
Thank you, Jolene.
We all
Thank
just
you
got one of
so.
these.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
wow.
is nice.
You got it.
Okay, so this is something that we talked about last week when not everyone was here. This is, I'm assuming.
Oh my God!
And by the way, it's called Bailey the Bear.
What? Shut the fuck
Are
up!
you kidding me?
It's a bear Kigurumi?
So this is from Jim Loveless.
Gotta wear it.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Redness strikes again. You guys are ridiculous.
Oh my, one size for most.
Oh my god.
One
I
size
want it
for
on
non-Travises.
right now. Oh my gosh, why couldn't I have gotten this at the beginning of the night?
We'll have a Kigurumi game at some point.
Where do we go next? All right.
Wait, there's something else in here.
Well, open it quickly.
Oh, hi Matt. Found this critter at a yard sale. Enjoy. That's for you.
I made one on knives on.
Oh my god! It's the bunny! It's the wyvern bunny!
Dead wyvern bunny.
Dead wyvern bunny! It looks so dead!
Yeah, it does.
Oh, look how
That
dead it
thing-
looks!
Terminal velocity of a bunny against the ocean. That is a dead wyvern.
Which, by the way, our critter who did the math was amazing.
So much.
Oh my god.
This is amazing.
This is like better than every birthday I've had for a while.
What did you get?
Ryan, who's responsible for this?
Oh, snap. Okay. Well, Jim. Oh, Jim, what's up? Jim, Twitch name 54 Aquasnakes. Found this critter at a garage sale. What'd you
He's
find?
the one that gave me this.
Oh, awesome.
Oh my god. They wrote a letter as like a concerned parent.
An Otog. Sorry.
Yes.
I've actually been wanting this mini for a while. It's an Otog.
Oh wow.
I don't know what it is, but it looks bad.
I have a feeling we're going to have to fight that at some point.
Otyug. I call them Otogs because I read them weird when I was a kid and I haven't got out of it.
Great, now we're gonna fight that. Thanks.
Hang on, it's Jim. The person who sent this bunny also sent a letter. Also sent a letter from a concerned villager in the village where the bunny fell.
Excellent.
Yes, and it's pretty hilarious.
I knew it was fun.
To whom may be a concern, the strangest things happened the other day. I was in my fishing boat in the middle of the ocean, as usual.
Of course you were.
An honest fisherman from the long line of spalworthy men. We'll have to read all of this because it's long, but it's hilarious and that's great. I love it.
Bring it back, yeah. Turn this way.
I got a very interesting gift. I want to know.
Oh, an amazing gift.
I want to.
Holy cow.
Battery pack.
We need
This
to
is
know.
like useful.
We need to know who sent this because I don't know who sent this.
Oh, Ryan, what is it?
It's a charger for his phone.
Somebody sent me an extremely high capacity 3-output port with one LED flashlight. And it's a
charge his
charger.
phone.
To charge his phone and to do.
So useful.
And
That is so useful.
If I do a little math presentation on a chalkboard, could I trick you out of it?
and then all it says is, please give this to Orion. He periscopes so much, he must need one. Thank you.
I think that's a diss.
Because this is, I don't know. This
that's
is,
awesome.
This doesn't
That's
feel like
amazing.
a diss.
That is what's called a backhanded compliment.
Thank you.
A playful jab and a
Yes.
wonderful gift.
I also don't know who sent
I
this
do.
either.
Science. Thank you for. I want to mention this, and I'm going to thank you again.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, that's gorgeous.
It does have a leather, but it doesn't have a name on it.
Oh,
you guys didn't
what's
have
it
to put
say?
names on it. For the druid caught up in conflict between gods she doesn't worship.
That could be anybody.
Take this pendant, the same green of the forest Keyleth grew up in, and remember that the powers you worship are as real of those as anyone else's.
Aww.
And it's this amazing, like, abalone pendant with little leaves on it.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much, whoever sent this. Please tweet at me and tell me so I can thank you.
That's amazing.
This is so awesome.
Laura, you look complete.
Megan sent me this awesome birthday card letter as well, which I'll read in the back later on. Thank you so much, Megan. That's wonderful.
Oh
Thank
my god.
you guys.
Oh god.
Okay, this is the thing.
Oh,
Dear
wow.
Critical Role, thank you for sharing your gaming adventures with us. I spent a long week doing calligraphy work, and Vox Machina kept me company the whole time. Which, by the way, this is written in beautiful calligraphy. I'll show you in a second. As thanks, I made you this. I tried to incorporate each character into the design. What have they done? V for the stealthy twins with the sharpened dagger points, arrowhead knot, and adorable trinket. Sarah and Ray for Lady Pike, and Keyleth's vine whips curled beneath. Scanlan, in bright feathers, sings for his lady the song of Grog. I would like to rage. Percy's gun and Tiberius' staff frame the 3 dice knots of the dungeon master who ties all things together. Hope you like it, Samantha. P.S. Oh my god, I saw it.
Wow.
It's not read on air, I guess. Samantha, this is amazing and ridiculous. I'm
What
going
is
to
it?
unveil
What
it
is
for
it?
the group so
What
they
is
can
it?
see it.
Beautiful.
It's
By the way, when I say
plastic.
calligraphy, I mean like calligraphy.
Whoa.
Legit.
Is that all handwritten?
Calligraphy,
Yeah.
yes. I could never.
That's not a dot matrix printer.
No, that is legit calligraphy. Oh my god.
And
Well,
so
this
is
is going to
what
be up on the
you
set. This
Oh,
is permanent
yeah.
set piece.
Gold leaf? What?
Whoa! Look, it's at the staff and the gun. Turn it this way, turn it this way.
Oh my god.
Wow, look
That's
at
awesome.
Sarah and Ray.
That's amazing.
And the bear.
And trinket.
Always trinket.
Incredible.
I love it.
Oh. Wow.
This doesn't make any sense.
This is making
No.
This is incredible. This is.
This is
That
our
is so
D&D
brilliant.
game.
Well, this is certainly going to. I'm going to nail it right there.
crazy. The middle of
Just on the wall.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank
it's
you so
cool.
much.
Thank you. That's
Thank you.
amazing.
I don't even know what to say.
That's amazing.
This is paired with a series of other gifts that I'll be handing out as you're reading that.
Okay.
And
This is so
specifically
crazy.
for you,
Okay.
which you can do.
For Critical Role, player cast.
Wow.
Oh no.
Dear Critical Role, my name is James Holscher. Tasman5296 in the chat. Sorry if I ruined your last name.
Tasman.
I've watched the show since episode 1 and I've enjoyed every single one. As a matter of fact, I've watched all episodes over and over on geekandsundry.com and been through the whole series about 6 or 7 times over.
Oh wow.
You probably know our game more than we do.
Yeah. You are Vox Machina. I love watching the group get together almost every week and play. I can tell you're all pretty close and realistically friends. Oh, except for this game.
What did I do? What, I shit the bed again?
The show reminds me of when my friends and I would just hang out with or without D&D. I started watching because of knowing about Travis and Laura from anime and also my love of D&D podcasts and web shows. I stayed because of the rest of the cast and Matt getting so into the game, including their RPing, in quotes, and seeing how much fun and anguish everyone is having. I hate to say that it took so long to subscribe to the channel, episode 16, and I had to buy the video game cast shirt, too in fact. I had to buy the shirt so I didn't forget Pike and Ashley till she comes back. I subscribe because of the joy Critical Role gives me and my brother. My week is usually spent in anticipation of the show because I believe Critical Role is better than anything else on Thursday nights
That's
until
true.
Big Bang Theory comes back.
Well, it'll still be better than that shit.
Ultimately, I want to thank you all
This
for your
season?
time,
Come on.
talent, and fun time. It brightens what is pretty dreary week and usually begins my weekend. Having fun, and I encourage violence.
Indeed.
Well, sure. Yes, I hope you all enjoy the beverages I gifted to you.
Beverages?
Are those?
What beverages?
Are
Those are the only beverages we've received. Just the Coca-Cola.
Oh, is
Oh,
it?
wait.
Oh.
Oh, we're in the process?
Say something.
Say something, Ryan.
What do we get?
You're
I was
confusing.
trying to be quiet about it.
An aspect of Moradin.
Oh.
What is that?
Giant dwarven avatar of the dwarven god.
Oh, that's what Tiberius turned into.
Look at that face. Essentially, this is what you look like on the back of a
On the back of a scorpion?
scorpion.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I mean, it's not Moradin. Moradin's the dwarven god. You guys,
Oh, look,
you were
it's
transformed into
actually
the Durgar god.
Oh my god.
But it kind of looked like that.
No. That's how I picture it.
But angrier and less good.
Oh, it's so crazy.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Guys.
This is crazy.
This is so crazy.
All night long.
Okay, beverages.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Mr.
Scrooge.
I love these guys.
What's those snacks?
What is it?
So Rolling Stone's Crystal Head.
Is it tasty?
Crystal Head vodka.
Oh! Special edition?
Rolling Stones vodka.
Oh yeah.
You guys know Crystal Head vodka?
Yeah,
Do not know Chris.
That's Dan Aykroyd's brand.
You gotta open it up and show.
Is
Here,
that the one
give it
that's
to
got
guys.
everyone to share. You can
Oh,
divvy
it's
up
a
the rest.
beautiful bottle,
Pass it
man.
to
Beautiful
Sam.
bottle.
Pass
Yeah,
it
the
to
bottle
Sam.
looks amazing.
I'll open it.
Wow,
Can I
that
open it?
box
Yeah,
is
go for it.
Super cool.
That's incredible.
Crazy, you guys. You got them crazy.
What is that? That's one more. I gotta see that.
I never know what to say.
There was no notes, nor was there. There's only a real name on that, but no pseudonym.
Okay.
So I don't want to announce the real name,
The
but
first name?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this is probably to you. You are gonna be Miss Bear forever, and I'm so happy.
All the bear things.
Oh no, it's the
Bearception.
Okay, okay.
And there's
Before the night's over.
Keep that around for whenever I turn into a bear with trinkets.
That's true. That's true.
Because
Before the
that
night's
happens
over.
sometimes.
there's like a
Or before the night's over, you have to put
We
that
have all
over your
the
bear head.
animal shapey hoods.
Oh,
Here's the bottle.
There's the bottle.
Oh, damn.
Has a little looky.
Alas, I knew
Oh,
you.
and it's got a
There you go. For your.
Mick Jagger.
lean in. Lean in, bear twin.
This is crazy part.
This came from Jingling Chen. Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Whoa.
Jolene, your dice are going in my bag.
Guys, you guys.
Goodness.
Risha, this is for you specifically.
this is the last.
Oh,
That's the
dear.
last one.
Whoa.
Oh, lordy.
This
This is it.
Oh
This is
my
where we're
God.
pausing, right?
Oh, keep my gift a surprise.
Dear Critical Role family, dear friends, I cannot express to you all how much myself and all the other critters thank you for what you have done and continue to do so for geek culture. By the way, handwritten letters are such a wonderful rarity these days. It's so sweet. You have taken an aspect of my life that I was typically ridiculed for and made it mainstream. Because of that, I will forever be in your debt. I have been following Geek and Sundry since day one and was delighted to find a stream of people playing D&D. Even more so when I discovered they were all voice actors from some of my favorite games. I'm glad that you all enjoy playing as much as we do watching. I will continue to support you all in your endeavors. May your tankards never empty and the riches be plenty.
Yeah.
Sincerely yours, Eric Maliki Lewis.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
The included minis are yours for all the adventures to come. May they serve you well and hopefully see them in battle. These are only the first 3. The rest will come as I find the correct minis. Enjoy.
What?
Oh!
We saw the photographs
I know what these
of.
are, I
We
think.
saw photos of
I
these.
think too.
They're so cute and tiny.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Whoa! That's detailed.
Whoa!
Holy crap. Wait, what?
I'm right in the vine, bitch.
That bow.
Look at that shit.
She was right now.
Look at what happened.
This is so cool.
Hand-painted
Now I got the
minis.
circlet
That is
and
insane.
everything.
That is insane.
Wow.
Thank you.
So cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
See?
There goes that.
Take that book.
You gotta put these on display.
We have
You
these.
guys are amazing.
These ones, this was announced last week during the break. They
Oh,
just
gotcha.
need to be distributed amongst everyone, but they have been announced. It is the fan fiction that has been written by one of the critters. So Marisha mentioned last week, she's like, we just need to distribute it, but thank you so much. That was said. So, and then this is one thing,
Yes.
one last thing for you.
Alrighty.
I believe from Night Hunter, if I remember correctly.
From
one says
Jeremiah, aka Night Hunter 86.
Oh.
I wasn't going to send this, but it was right in front of the shipping supplies at the supermarket when I went to buy a box. That's what I call fate. Signed, Maddie.
Liam does.
Want to rip this
What
and
is
put it
it?
on Dropbox
Wait, what
for
was
all
it?
of
What
us?
did it say? What did the note say?
Really? Dex?
It's a selfie stick.
Oh!
Well played, Maddie. Well played.
Amazing.
You hate selfie sticks. That's so good.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
And with that being said, I will do Zach's infamous outro.
Yes.
Thank you all so much for watching. There are several thousand of you watching right now, and I just want to let you guys know that we actually do programming every day. Amazing programming with amazing people. One of the shows now on Monday nights actually features one of the Crit Roll casts, which would be Orion Akawa.
Called Crowd Control.
Crowd Control, indeed. And it's where he and Jessica Marzipan play Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy
14.
Realm Reborn. Final Fantasy 14 Realm Reborn. It's absolutely hilarious. We have comedians coming in. We have live bands that come in and play. We have just many things going on constantly. And it's a great time. Every day I know I have fun one way or another, whether I like it or not.
Forced fun.
Forced fun. The best
Mandatory
kind.
fun.
Yes.
So,
Mandatory fun.
please tune in, subscribe. We do giveaways on every show, constantly. This is just one of the many great things that we do here at the Geek and Sundry Twitch. And as was announced tonight, there's going to be even more guests coming in, featured guests for Critical Role. So please tune in every week.
Yeah. It's a crazy month.
That's going to be fun. It's gonna be really fun.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Great job, Matt.
Good job, guys.
Great.
Everyone. That was
I'm
awesome.
glad we didn't die. Again.
We'll never die.
Yeah,
Dead bunny.
don't say that. He's right there.
Lucas,
You want to tell me?
shut it down.
I'll die.
Oh, wait. Are we pieing each other in the face?
Oh, we're gonna do that
We're
separate.
down separate.
Oh, okay.
You
You'll see
throw pie
that.
in this studio, and I have to clean that up.
I'll
that
clean it
soon.
up. I'll
Out
clean
in
it
the
up.
kitchen.
Yes.
Seriously,
We'll
shut it
see
down.
you next
Guys, thank you so
time.
much. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you next week on Thursday.
Bye, guys. We love you.